Deposit photos music. 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 Deposit photos music.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to another live with me in Latin Splaining. I want to thank everybody that's in the chat right now. Thank you and welcome to another show. I see a lot of you guys talking about yesterday's stream. Yeah, it was wild, but also very educational. Please like and subscribe. Also, click that bell for notifications so you don't miss my future streams. I want to say hi to Johnny. Shout out to Maceo, the only JS, Extina, Melanated Knight, Jorge, welcome. Morena, welcome. Blood Moon, El Nasser McDowell, welcome. Today, you guys know that last week, if you watch my stream, we talk about the issues going on in Colombia, and I wanted to start today's stream bringing more attention to it. For those who did not watch my stream last week, I'm gonna briefly go over it. Okay, I'll call you now. Welcome. For those who did not watch my stream last week, we were going over the issues going on in Colombia right now. And I wanted to explain to people what's going on. Basically, the president of Colombia decided to develop a plan that's going to increase taxes on the Colombian population, started from a rent tax, funeral tax, sales tax, on many things that they can really afford. So the Colombian public, especially the youth, started to protest in this because they already barely can afford a living in Colombia. If you guys don't know, the minimum wage in Colombia is under $250 a month, and the middle class makes 600 and I believe $65 a month, and they try to cover the expenses that they incur due to COVID-19 that has killed 72,000 Colombians so far, unfortunately. And the government is justifying this new tax increase by saying that they incurred 6.3 million US dollars, and they want to tax the people to cover those expenses. Now, the concern is that instead of taxing the wealthy as they should, what they're doing is that they expect to tax only 27% of the debt from the wealthy and 73%, which is 4.5 million US dollars, out of the general public, which is completely unfair because they can barely afford their living costs. And 73% of this debt, $4.5 million, is way too much to put on them. So, to follow up on this news, I'm going to share with you what the president said today. I'm going to share with you the news so that you guys can see. Let me know if you can see what I'm seeing. Um, so basically, what the Colombia president, I'm going to read some of this. It says Colombia's President Ivan Duque said issues raised by young demonstrators will be included in national discussions meant to curb nearly 2 weeks of anti-government protests, as he made a brief visit to Cali in Colombia, the scene of violence over the weekend. Duke will meet later on Monday with strike leaders in the capital, Bogota. Demonstrations began on April 28, fueled by the outrage at a tax plan which would have raised sale taxes. That proposal was canceled, but protesters' demands now include basic income and the withdrawal of a long debated health reform that opponents say is too vague to correct inequalities. Now, I don't know if you guys have heard about something that is happening in LA that's similar. It's just that people are not protesting this, but there is something that Major Garcetti is doing that's similar to what President Duque is doing right now in Colombia, which is trying to implement the UBI that will include, I think, between 1,000 to 2,000 as UBI. Um, I will follow up this news closely, but basically, it's crazy that it would take almost 30 people being killed by the Colombia police just for demonstrating to actually have the president pay attention to this. And like I said before, I am very concerned about Colombia's future and, their financial stability, which, basically right now it's a war zone right now in Cali. So I don't know if you guys have followed what's going on over there, but if you want to support, the Colombia population, um, I know we're far from them right now, but let's stay informed. Also, if you can donate to different causes to help them out, do so. I'm gonna try this week to find a few so that I can donate myself. You guys, I will bring the information so you guys can do the same too and help them in any way we can. Take to social media, do it anything you can. Um, like I said, depending on how much pressure we put in the Colombia government, we can help Colombians fight this. So, like I said, it's something that we're all going through, and I think we can all relate to Colombian people right now. And if we unite and help them out, I believe they can reach a more reasonable arrangement for them. Maceo says, quieren aumentarles el costo de vida a todos menos a los ricos. Los ricos no tienen que pagar más como los demás. Exactly, Maceo. The wealthy only have to pay 20% of that 6.3 million US dollars, which is completely unfair compared to what the youth basically will have to cover. And I don't know if you feel the same way, but on a $230 per month, you can do that. Okay, you can be paying taxes for everything you purchase. Like I said, I will be following up to see where can we donate, what can we do from where we are at. And because this is something that is a humanitarian crisis, in my opinion. I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but it's it's really sad to see how something that is supposed to be so simple to solve for our governments is turning into this crazy lunatic show. So, like I said, if you guys want to see more information on this, Thursday, I will bring you guys the information. If there is something or a organization we can donate that is legit, I will bring it up. If there's any other way that they can help, I will find those ways so that we can all participate and help the Colombian population and the community. So, without further ado, we're gonna move on to you guys have any questions on the Colombia? I see somebody. Okay, Jose says many rich people pay no taxes at all. Yes, that is true. It's I believe is a practice worldwide. Which is what motivated me to start this channel. I think the more we go up the ladder, the better we will position ourselves, and also we will be in a better stance to help our community. So yeah, definitely. I agree with you, Jose. Many rich people pay no taxes at all. And, we're being choked right now in taxes, especially in California. I don't know if you guys have seen all the taxes that we have and how non business friendly right now the state has become since January. 18,000 companies left California and 64,000 closed forever. So employments right now are declining, taxes are going up. um it's very how can I say, it's very disturbing to see how these people really are very disconnected from what the people in Colombia and California and many other states are going through, and like their financial reality, and they keep pushing taxes. King says taxes was supposed to be temporary, but they see how submissive the people are and made it permanent. Yes, I agree with you. If we do not say anything, they will become permanent, because basically what they do is that they run like a quote unquote trial period. And then if we don't protest or say anything or feel uncomfortable or start leaving, they will make it um you know permanent. So Maceo says Newsom is messing up Cali bad. Yes, Newsom, I don't know if you guys are aware of Newsom being recalled right now. We have, I believe, Kaylin Jenner running for governor, and I think it's John Cox, the other one. I don't remember if it's Cox, but basically their goal is to lower the taxes. Okay, there's no way we can keep going at this, and the way that Newsom is mishandling the state and acting as if showing his superiority more than anything is, to me, is disgusting. Jorge Rodriguez says California is going to be split into two states. You know what's crazy, Jorge? I saw something similar about making California, North California, South California, like a few years ago. I think it was 2016 when they were trying to split California in two. Now I don't know what you guys think about that. It could be, in my opinion, it could be beneficial or detrimental depending on what they do. In my opinion, North California will thrive a little bit better than South California, because I mean, it could be strategized, in my opinion, if we stay within like investing our money in South California instead of going up north to do business or, purchase things from North California. We can survive, but it will be really tough. However, we will see how they implement this. I don't know how you guys feel about this whole California situation going on. Um, we will have eventually new elections for governor. There's a lot of things that we can go over. I posted something on my Instagram I don't know if you guys follow me on Instagram. I'm gonna drop my Instagram on the screen so you guys can follow me there and we can discuss this any further. But for those who follow me on Instagram, I posted a picture from one of another YouTuber that is one of my friends. Is into real estate. I am Dima. He posted the census of the population, and in almost 200 years, in 170 years, California's population has always been on the rise, and for the first time, it shrank. We have 180,000 people that left the state in 2020, and they're running numbers now in 2021 and see how many are leaving. Many are leaving to Texas or Florida, where it makes more sense for them to actually have businesses, or they are less taxed and they don't have like this crazy lockdowns and none of that stuff. So, um, Blood Moon says the Cash App link doesn't work. I will look into that, Blood Moon. If I cannot fix it during the stream, I will fix it for the next one. Thank you though for supporting me. Um, but I will look into it and see what can happen. Um, Goddess, welcome. Thank you for supporting my channel. She says the tax system is set up for employers to gain and the employees to pay. Yes, it's supposed to be like that, Goddess. But look, for example, I don't know if you have looked into AB5 in California, or I believe it's AB, is it AB 91, something like that. It created, starting in January 2021, Newsom signed into law that if you have more than five employees or more, you will have to pay in benefits and taxes and many other things as a business owner, right? You will have to pay the same as larger companies. So if you're a business owner and you're like a small business owner, let's say you open up a store or you open up a shop that has, let's say, 6 employees, you're in a very tough predicament because you don't have enough revenue to pay all that money at once starting in January. So you will be like, okay, so if I have 4 employees, I don't even have to think about this and I can still do business. So it puts you in a very tough position to having to fire 1 or 2 employees so you can actually not have to pay that and still survive. And like I said, or you will have to outsource everything from a very cheap place, cheapening the quality of your product, which, like I said, it doesn't work. It's not business friendly. So if you guys want to know more about this, let me know. Email me or DM me on Instagram if you guys want me to talk about any other topic that's financially related to what I'm talking about, or something that you guys really want to discuss. Let me know. Let me know, and I will bring it up. But so far, California is literally, um, going up in flames. King says, government stealing half of my check. Yes, taxing has become theft, in my opinion, because it's basically, I'm gonna explain it like this. Um, we already had the problem with California is that you know we have not had a very competent uh, government for almost 40 years. You guys know, I mean, I'm not either Republican or a Democrat. I'm more like a common sense type of voter. As a matter of fact, I did not even vote in this presidential election because I did not saw anybody being fit to be president out of the options we had. So, in my opinion, since we have like this concept and people are voting based on emotions, you know, they have created this sentiment where these politicians that are grossly Democrats, they don't feel like they have any challenge because they have all the population in their pocket, because they know, hey, they're gonna vote for me regardless of what I do. They don't want Republicans here. So with this, we have created a comfort zone for them to be mediocre in their leadership, and that remains unchallenged. So giving them more money, in my opinion, is not going to make them more competent, if that makes sense. You give these people more money, it's not going to make them more competent to do their job. Like, if they could not do it with less, what makes them think that they can do it with more? And the way one of my friends, who's another YouTuber, was explaining it, and we were talking Saturday, um, the way this whole taxation, I see the way we see it, right, is that the government is basically telling you, hey, I'm going to tax you more because I believe that I can do a better job with your money than you can. And if you're in agreement to that, well, California is a paradise for you. But the majority of us is not, in compliance with that, because we have seen how the roads have become worse. A lot of money has been misused with the unemployment funds. I don't know if you guys know the scandal that's been happening here, where $11 billion were issued to either prisoners or people that were dead. And where's that money? Where are we gonna recover that money from? So like I said, it's we even lost, due to the people leaving California in such a large number. We lost electoral votes in a seat at the house, I believe. Um, Maceo says, don't move down here and vote the same way you did up north or in Cali. Exactly. If you're living California, like myself, I'm leaving California next year. Please don't go and do the same thing somewhere else, because you're gonna mess up the country. Learn how to vote and challenge politicians to, keep doing something for your vote. The way this work, like, we have to understand democracy a little better. They will give you, if they want your vote, they have to give you something. That's the way it used to work. You give me something and you do something for the people, and I'll vote for you because what you're bringing, you know will help the population and myself in general. It will put more money in my pocket, not the other way around. So now it has become this identity politics, which, I will vote for you, you know as long as, you say cute things and you do the lip service that I want. And, like I said, it's just crazy. Shout out to Blood Moon for that donation. I highly appreciate all of your donation. Also, Dominique, I don't know you, but thank you for your donation. You were one of the first ones with Blood Moon to donate to my channel. um so I appreciate you guys' support. Thank you, and shout out to you, Blood Moon. Jose says we must study what are their goals. The real power is in Congress. Yes, I think, to be honest with you, it would be nice if you guys want me one day to discuss our theories on what's happening with Congress and politics. Just let me know. Like, if you guys want to, I love talking about politics. If you guys want to discuss it, put a number one in the chat room, and I will make it happen during the week. But I think this is something we need to address. Hello, we're seeing it happening not only here in Colombia. It's happening in Puerto Rico. It's happening in a lot of places where people are uprising and demanding more. I think C-19 had a lot to do with that, because then we were forced to see the conditions that we were living in. So now everybody's trying to, wake up and do what they're supposed to do. And that's our duty as citizens. We are supposed to be informed. So, Jose, thank you for that comment. That was a very smart comment. Dominique sent another donation. Thank you, Dominique. I appreciate it. And thank you. You have become like a super supporter of my channel. um, Crazy Boy said, isn't Cali a super liberal and communist state? You know what? I think it has become a super liberal. I wouldn't say communist, but yeah, it has become like a super liberal. You can't say anything. You can't do many things. it's, I don't know, it's insane, to be honest with you. I see Risa Realm saying yes, that he wants the show to happen. Like I said, if you want one stream, I can dedicate it to politics, and how it affects us and what we can do. Let me know and I will make it happen. Maceo says no state income tax and a strong 2A stance. Yeah, radically. And he also said radically liberal. Yes, it has come to a point where there's nowhere you can go that this imposed measurements will block some of your, even your constitutional rights, because there's no real freedom of speech, there's no freedom to do certain things, there's not religious freedom. There's a lot of things happening in California right now that is pushing people out, myself included. And I don't even consider myself a right winger, but whenever I express my opinion on many things, I get slammed. I even got my Twitter blocked for like 12 hours because I said some of the things on Twitter. So, like I said, yeah, California, hmm, California. Crazy Boy said the Federal Reserve and federal taxes need to go. Hmm, the Federal Reserve, I do not know. The federal taxes, to a degree, they have to lower that, but that's not Biden's plan. I don't know if you guys saw his taxation plan right now. It's crazy. I'll tell you that much. Even on capital gains, that's one of the things that I wish Real Deal was here so that we can discuss that. But capital gains, basically, for what I've heard from Biden, he wants to impose now that, for example, if you invest in the stock market and you make a profit during this tax year, next tax season, even if you haven't sold those stock and get your gains, you have to pay taxes on that gain. So basically, let's say I saved $20,000 and I invested it because I want to do like a long-term retirement investment so that I can multiply my money, right? um let's say I win, I don't know, I make $26,000 on that as a return, right? I will have to pay, even if I don't withdraw my money, I will have to pay taxes on that $26,000 of capital gains that I had. And I'm like, if you think about it, if you're like a middle class, or you're a blue worker person that's just investing to increase your income stream or to have a retirement plan, and you don't have that money because you're not a millionaire, right? Where are you going to get that tax money from? How are you supposed to pay? To me, you're supposed to pay when you withdraw your money, which is what we currently have. That's the plan we currently have. But to pay yearly on your capital gains when you have not even sold that stock, or to me, that's insane, to be honest with you. Maceo says they turn you into a right winger with their BS. Yeah, they push you more to the right, because it goes, I don't know, it goes into like craziness to a degree. I don't know if you guys saw what, I think last week, it was last week or the week before, even with the vax for C19, they were saying some things. Joe Rogan mentioned something like he would not advise people in their 20s that are healthy to have the vaccine. um Now, like I said, this is a very personal choice, and people started saying, let's just cancel him. Joe Rogan doesn't know what he's talking about, and he had to even issue an apology, and he even said, I'm not even a doctor. Like, why are you even considering his opinion medical advice? Do what makes your heart happy and let him have his opinion. But today, in this society, we can't even have your own opinions because you'll be canceled. Um, Jose said some people cannot handle the truth. Yeah, some people just cannot handle the truth. And let's be honest, there's a lot of people like myself that I'm not anti-vax, but I'm a little skeptical because I don't know. This is novel to me. It's like I said, it's crazy. um I see Goddess says, "Oh no, I have been living under a rock for too long. I need to look into this man's taxation plan." Yes, look up on capital gains and his plan for capital gains. It will. It left me flabbergasted. Morena says he's reaching, trying to generate revenue from capital gains, which affects mostly the middle class population. Exactly, because we're the ones trying to increase our revenue by investing, having different income streams. And one of the tools that we have, and we're supposed to have as U.S. citizens, is to invest in the stock market. And now it's, I don't know, it's tierra de nadie. Crazy boy, I can't put your comment up, but to be honest with you, the one that you did at 442, I've seen a lot of things happening with it related to what you just said with woman's breast. And yeah, I've read it. It's crazy. Nas said that's because capital interest isn't sovereign. It's the central bank. It's controlled as a promise to pay them as debtors. Yes, I agree with you. Um, it's been that way since the 18th, 19th centuries. Now, Goddess says, I'm into stock. Many Blacks and Latinos have been getting into stock game recently, and now this. Yes. Isn't that crazy? Like, I don't know if you guys have seen that, uh, like later 2020, like starting from like summer and the fall, and now in 2021, this has become very trendy. Like the whole investing in the stock market has become like very, very trendy. So basically, it's not, I don't see it as a coincidence that now all of a sudden, we want to have, like, the government wants to tax on capital gains. It's like they want to push out the middle class, to not invest. They want to keep us poor, people. Rizal Realm said he shouldn't have apologized. Yeah, literally, I agree with you. I think Joe Rogan should have never apologized. That's his opinion. He should be entitled to his opinion. That's the thing. We're creating like a generation of morons that cannot formulate their own opinions because somebody else thinks different. Like, you either take it or leave it. You don't have to like his opinion. It's just his opinion, though. Morena says it's not a coincidence. No, Morena, it's not a coincidence that we're seeing this happening just as we become more knowledgeable about what the stock market is. It's insane to me. So definitely, like I said, many people said put the one number one on the chat. I'll announce it later on, probably Thursday, when I will be doing this, probably during the weekend when I have more time. We should have like a conversation about politics and how they're affecting us. And I will make it a call-in show. So if you want to express your opinions on this, let me know. Now, going into the subject today. The subject today is cheating a good business choice? And I've heard this from many people. I've seen many people talk about cheating and how men exercise their options and many things, right? So, to be honest with you, I'm gonna give my opinion. My answer, nobody asked for it, but I'm still gonna give it, right? Listen, um, this is not just for um high value men, the concept of high value men, right? Men making six figures or more, right? Um, this advice is for every man. So to be honest with you, when you cheat, we have seen in the last 20 years or so, we saw it with um even Bill Clinton, how he was basically canceled for having an affair. So I'm not gonna say to men like, no, don't do this, don't do that. I'm gonna say Do what you want, what keeps your heart content. Now, business wise, it's not smart to cheat because it will end up costing you money. We were just talking about how society has turned into this whole herd of angry people trying to cancel you for having an opinion. So imagine if you are making progress financially, and even if you're broke or starting, or having a business, people will not stand behind your business when you cheat. That's just not what society does. So eventually you're putting not just your marriage, because your wife probably will stay with you, but you know you're putting at risk your business. If I want to bring an example. Look, you have all heard about Dr. Dre's divorce, and it's been very controversial. I'm gonna share the screen real quick so you guys can see um what I was trying to show you guys. But basically, Nicole, Dr. Dre's wife, that's currently divorcing him, this lady over here on the right, she's exposing that Dr. Dre, now he had several mistresses, but she only managed to got three of them, right? So basically, she's expecting them. Let me see if this loads. Like, I'm having a little bit of technical issues, right? On top of all the money that she has demanded from him, it says Nicole filed for divorce from Dr. Dre earlier this year. That was last year. And she wanted $2 million in spousal support. Now, I don't know if you guys saw the demands that she do and the amounts. I'm gonna do a stream in the future talking about prenups, right, and why they're even having the situation with a prenup. Um, but I would explain that later on. Even though a judge denied that Dr. Dre has to pay for her legal fees and her security, she's gonna bring now. I'm gonna highlight it in Nicole's latest move. She exposed three of Dr. Dre's mistresses and wants them to testify in court. It says down here, Nicole is trying to subpoena three women who are allegedly Dr. Dre's mistresses. The women include singer Jillian Spear, former model Kelly Anderson, and Latin hip hop artist Crystal Rogers. Now, as you guys can see, now imagine that, you are Dr. Dre, right? And you have built yourself all the way from the bottom, regardless of his violence against women, because that's not what we're talking about. But regardless of that, give me 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. Okay, so regardless of Dr. Dre's past with women, he managed. This is a man that came from the very bottom, and he managed to build an empire for himself. Now imagine that you go ahead and you work tirelessly to build yourself up, and then you marry this lady and you say, you know what, I'm not going to play with my money. I'm going to keep it professional, and I'm going to make her sign a prenup if she wants to marry me, which is the proper way to go at it. And the prenup gets tossed on some technicalities that I will discuss on another stream, talking about prenups, right? And how to do a prenup properly. The prenup gets tossed, right? And then now she's demanding all these crazy things out of you. Imagine that that will happen to you just because one day she woke up feeling like she didn't want to put up with your cheating bastard ass anymore. Now, if you want to cheat, I'm no one to stop you. In fact, I would encourage you to go ahead and do what, makes you happy. But I would prefer that men will do this more often, being upfront and rational about it. If you're going to cheat, don't marry. Live with the person and tell them, hey, you know what? This is what I want to do, and this is what's gonna happen. Crazy Boy says the divorce system is such a scam towards men. Yes, it is. I'm not gonna lie. That's something that I have personally even discussed with my men. Like, divorce is not even an option for us because, to be honest with you, it's an unfair deal. But like I said, I try to be fair as much as I can. I will discuss with you guys based on what I know, because I have limited knowledge on law, because you guys know I went to college for criminal justice. But I will discuss with you guys how to get around with the prenup situation, because there are ways where women today can get away with, even with a prenup. So if you want to make it an ironclad prenup, you will have to follow certain steps, and I will discuss them on another stream. Goddess says, Drew, look at what happened to Derek Jackson. Exactly. Let's say, for example, Derek Jackson's wife wanted to divorce him. She's gonna take a chunk of his money. You know, to be honest with you, I don't even know. Well, I don't know. Probably she's very happy in her marriage, because I heard that he was cheating currently again. Blood Moon says that's only for rich people. Poor people's marriages is not a business. Yes and no, Blood Moon. Yes and no. Because even when you're poor, tell me how many of us know a friend or a cousin or somebody, that is cheating, and their wives are going insane at the child support, at the I'm gonna stay with the house, at the this, and that. And then you see them later on that they're complaining about this. I don't think men are complaining about this because they just want to complain about women. I think men are complaining about this more because it's true. A bad, if they make this decision to marry women and it ends up in this, it will destroy their lives. So I understand where they're coming from too. I'm very neutral when it comes to this. I believe, like Goddess said, well, maybe they have some type of arrangement. Yeah, probably, Derek Jackson has some type of arrangement with his wife. But I will appreciate more if men, since marriage is such a liability for you guys, like I said, I'm gonna do a stream on how to properly have a prenup established. Prenups are non-negotiable. Okay, in today's society, when the court system is so biased against men, prenups are not negotiable. Like, if a woman wants to marry you, I'm sorry, they have to sign it, period, because you can't be putting your business and your financial stability anymore in jeopardy. You have to marry smarter. Marcel says the permanent girlfriend works. Yeah, yeah. Ola Board says it seems like a lot of wealthy couples have divorced due to cheating this year. Yes, I think COVID-19 made these couples, expose what was really happening behind closed doors, that they were selling us as a happy marriage, and it wasn't. It turned out that it wasn't. So, like I said, it's crazy. It's really, really, really crazy what we're seeing, but we can learn from them on, how to do this, even though we don't have Dr. Dre's billions, right? How to do this in a more intelligent way. The same thing goes for women. There's not a lot of women that are in the same position as Dr. Dre, but If you're marrying and you have your own thing, like you have your own house, your apartment, your money, or any source of income, I would recommend you to also get a prenup. You know, a prenup is, and also let me just insert this here, and like I said, I will discuss it further in the future. Post nups, because the prenup only works for stuff you had before your marriage. Once you marry, you're combining the assets that you make from that point on. Post nups keep those things separated. So to the woman too, have your own account with your own money, separate your stuff. If you want to make an investment and you're married, as a woman, also make him sign a post nup. It goes both ways. I think money should be combined for the benefit of the family and the kids. But like if you have your own assets, it's better to keep them separated for many reasons. It doesn't have only to be cheating, but for the purpose of the stream, of course, is the cheating part. So, like I said, if men want to cheat, in my opinion, cheating is not a smart or intelligent business choice, because 9 times out of 10 it does not work. It works against you. Now, God has said, I'm definitely pro prenups. I'm looking forward to your life about it. I'm for people protecting themselves at all costs, men or women. Me too. No one deserves to be taken advantage of. Yeah, for sure. I don't. There's a look, when we talk about this stuff, there's a lot of ladies that get upset. But I'm even talking to you guys. How many women we have seen in today's society that have their own shit too? And they get with certain men that just want to have access to that happens to women too. Have your shit protected. Go and get your own lawyer. Protect your assets at all costs. You don't know about tomorrow. You don't know even if your partner is gonna get sued and it's gonna come against your assets. You don't know if that man's gonna have a child. And let me tell you something, if in certain states, if your husband has a kid and that woman demands child support and you're taken to court, your assets, if they're not divided, are counted in to give that mistress child support. As a woman, do you really want to do that? Think again. Now, yeah, Jose, I agree. An intelligent discussion must be made regarding a pre-op and a post-op. Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna talk about prenup and post-op, both of them, because both of them exist. Not a lot of people know about them. Now, I'm going to drop the link. Please keep it respectful. Like I said, for the people that I know, I know you don't have to come up because I know who I'm talking to. But if I don't know you, you have to come up. Otherwise I cannot let you in. Like I said, keep it respectful. Try to, no cursing or nothing like that. Let's just keep the conversation going. I'm gonna drop in the link, and I'm gonna pin it at the top. So if you want to come in and give your opinion or tell me how I'm wrong, or just have a conversation about it, let me know. But I agree with the concept of prenups. And like I said, if you want to cheat, I'm no one to stop you, but just make sure that you don't marry, you know hold on, let me see if I can add the hold on, guys. Let's see if this one works better. Okay, guys, let me know if that one works better for you guys. Christina says, permanent boyfriend. Yeah, definitely get a permanent boyfriend. You know, you don't have to marry. You don't just, and like Marcel said, a permanent girlfriend. Yeah, for sure. Have a permanent boyfriend or girlfriend, and you won't be in this situation. Jose, I see Jose here. Hi, Jose. How are you?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly.
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you again for allowing me to take part in this live stream. And this is a very interesting topic.
No problem. I'm glad to have you here. So what's your opinion? Do you think cheating is a good business choice? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Jose, can you hear me?
Yeah, you know what it is. I think I'm having a problem. There's a delay. I think I'm gonna have to like get out of my laptop and go into my phone.
Okay, then let's do that. I'll put you in the backstage and come back, okay? So while Jose fixes that, yeah, I agree. This is just, oh my god, this is just something that's so crazy. I think today's conversation it's going to be educational but healthy. Christina said, so it doesn't make men less inclined to really commit or be loyal with the permanent girlfriend. I guess it depends on the person. Look, Christina, I'm gonna say this. I believe that you know a person that's going to cheat is going to cheat regardless of status or anything like that. I think many men cheat. That's just how it is. Let's just call it what many women cheat too. um Now, if you don't have a ring on your finger, can we really attest to it? Like I said, it depends on the person. Like if you're in a relationship where you as a woman or as a man, your plan is to marry and the other person wants to have you as a permanent boyfriend or girlfriend, keep your options open. Don't marry. I have Jose and King here. I'm gonna add them. Okay. Hi, Jose. Hi, King.
Hi.
Can you hear me now, Jose?
Yes, I can hear you. How can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly.
Okay.
Hello,
First of all, I
Jose.
think. Good evening.
Jose, can I say one thing? Because
Yes.
I'm gonna have to cook. But
Yeah, yeah, go ahead.
what's I don't see the point of getting married if you can't be committed. Like you should have the same commitment you have before you're married or in a relationship at all.
Yep. Do you think that's a good business choice though, for the men that are trying to build their wealth, as small or big as it can be? Do you think that it's smart to cheat? Like when they do it, do you think they compromise or jeopardize their money?
Yes, like to me, like marriage today in this society, it's all about, what you can get out of it, the benefits. And, there's no benefits in, cheating and your partner finding out and getting a divorce.
I agree totally. Like I said, I don't know why this notion was introduced that you can't get away with it and it's not going to jeopardize your money, because now with social media and all these things happening, even if your wife forgives you, I don't know if you guys have noticed that there's a lot of people that have canceled so many people and stopped supporting them just because they have cheated. One mistake, one one moment that you share with somebody else outside your marriage can ruin your career for life. It's very really hard to bounce back out of that. Some people have done it, but it takes some years, and in those years you better have a financial plan.
I agree. And marriage was once a spiritual thing, like you had like a spiritual relationship with your partner. And now that money is introduced into marriage, it it's not spiritual anymore.
No, it's not. I think people forget, because these are the same people that want Christianity out of the woman. I think society has turned into that, like, oh, Christianity out of the woman, don't ramp up your body count, don't do this, don't do that. And I don't have no problem with that. I don't think we should be putting a certain category of women we're seeing on the streets that clearly belong to the streets. We should not be putting them in wife status because of their choices. Now, I believe that the ones that are not in that group should earn some respect and some status, out of that. We should get some benefit out of, being cooperative, submissive, and, working with a man. Because then you're taking away, as a man, when you cheat, you're taking away the benefit of marriage for us. Because if a woman that did not have to be submissive or cooperative, she could be masculine and hoeing and belonging to the streets, can also have access to your body, then why do I have to wash your clothes, cook your food, raise your kids, and birth your kids? Like, there's no benefit if we're both ending with the same result, don't you think?
Yes, and I find it very obvious that women take marriage way more serious than men.
You think so?
Yep.
Well, like I said, yeah, we're ready to put in the work. I think, when I've seen many ladies nowadays being more willing to cooperate with a man, and work out a deal with them, and cooperate with them and help them build their wealth. But if it's gonna be at the expense that you're gonna cheat on me, oh, come on. Like I said, the loyalty, I always say the loyalty of a woman is proven when the man has nothing. The loyalty on a man is proven when he has everything. So if that's how you're gonna pay back the woman that was eating from the wing with you, and now you're eating from the breast, and you're gonna pay her with disrespect and shame. Man, I don't know what to think about you. you know it's crazy.
Yeah. Well, anyways, thank you for inviting me onto your panel and
Thank
have a good evening.
you too. Thank you for supporting my channel, King. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Bye. Now, Jose, what do you think on the topic? Do you think cheating is a good business choice?
See, the problem is when you get into business or marriage, your word becomes something important. When you cheat, it causes so much harm because, first of all, what you're doing when you cheat, you have destroyed the trust that your spouse has given you.
Yeah.
When you cheat, you also destroy your word as far as business is concerned. And there are always consequences. And unfortunately, the reason why people think they can get away with cheating is because they think there's no consequences involved. I mean, think about it. If a man was to step outside of the marriage and engage with relations with another woman, okay, and if God forbid that man gets infected with an STD, now what you're doing is not only you're endangering yourself, you're endangering your spouse.
Yes,
O-
definitely. And let's
Okay,
not even talk about the babies outside of the marriage.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is a trust is destroyed. And sometimes that trust is never regained, depending on what was the circumstances involved. Um, Now, as I stated, my parents were married for almost 64 years. And the reason why my mother stayed with my father, because as a child, her parents was divorced. And she made the decision to stay with my father for almost their marriage.
Yeah.
It had a heavy toll on my mother's life and my mother's psyche. And unfortunately, men who cheat, they do not understand the damage that they cause, not only to their marriage, but their own children. And it's really an act of selfishness. I mean, not everyone is blessed to have a lifetime partner. Okay.
Yeah.
So when you have a lifetime partner, you got to treat that partner like gold. And you cannot take them for granted. And when you violate the trust of a good woman, sometimes the damage cannot be fixed.
Yeah, yeah, because look, I this is a very delicate subject, because a lot of men think they're exercising their options. And even though I agree to a degree to that, the exercising of the options, I think like this. Look, if you're gonna exercise your options, um, then just be upfront with the woman.
Mhm.
I think if, and that's a problem in today's society. If we don't prep for these things, like if you don't prep the person for what they can expect of being in a relationship with you up front, that's when it becomes cheating. Now, if you sit down with a woman at the beginning, you say, hey, you know what? I don't believe in monogamy, but I do want to marry you because I want to share my resources and my time with you. And I want to, have a family, and I like the way you are. And I want my kids to share the same values that you and me have in common, but I'm still gonna, exercise my options. A lot of women will be willing to accept that. You'd be surprised the amount of women that will be able to accept that as the reality, as opposed to just going behind their backs and doing this, and jeopardizing their money. That's the reason why a lot of this men are being slammed with divorces, and all those things. Like I said, I'm not trying to tell people what to do. I just wish people were more upfront about their intentions. I see Lord Hoke saying, sorry, but this dude is wrong. Lord Hoke, jump in. The link is pinned at the top. You can jump in and say your opinion and say why you think Jose is wrong and what he's saying. um all aboard. Welcome. I see that you're here. In your opinion, uh, do you think cheating is a good business choice?
Well, think about it like this. And we're talking about business. In business, you would not be allowed to cheat, right? That's a bad character trait in general. Cheating, right? And it's bad business. I don't think that it's if you're making a commitment to someone else, um, then you should honor your commitment. My
So,
cat
so
is going crazy. She's in the heat right now. She wants to go outside. I'm sorry.
don't worry about it. So you think cheating is not a good business choice
It's
then?
not cheating. If you're doing business and you're being dishonest, then it's not a good practice in any sense. Like you wouldn't get away with it in the business world, and you wouldn't get away with it in a relationship.
Do you think, as a woman, let's say for example, your significant other will come to you and tell you, hey, you know I'm gonna, let's say you go out on the first day with him, and he asks you, you know I don't believe in monogamy, I'm going to go after other women too, and I'm an option
I can't hear
he
you.
can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Let's say you're getting to know your significant other and he tells you that he's not monogamous and he wants to exercise his options. Would you proceed to date him permanently and
Well, see,
then
that's
marry
different
him?
because that is he's putting what he wants on the table, right? So
Okay.
it's my choice if I choose to work with that or if I choose to date someone else. But if so, there's a difference for me between that and like outright cheating.
Right. I think that's the problem. That's what I'm saying. It's not that you cannot be who you are. I just think you have to find somebody that's willing to work with that rather
Mhm.
than just cheating. It becomes cheating when you were not upfront at the beginning.
Yes, and I think
Yeah.
the thing about cheating is you're dividing your time, you're dividing your resources, right? You're creating unless you have a lot of money and a lot of time, I wouldn't suggest cheating because you're going to be dividing those resources and time. It seems like it's more stress than anything. It doesn't seem like it's even that beneficial to the man or the woman that does it.
Yeah. Blood Moon says women don't want to know. Now I'm gonna say this, Blood
I would
Moon.
want to know.
Yeah, I want to know. I want to know up front, and this is something I have even discussed with my fiance. Like, if this who you are in this, and like, what's your opinion on this topic? And I have provided a space for him to be sincere about it. Like, if you want to exercise options, I will have to decide if I want to stay or no.
Yes.
So
I
I
think
do
it's worse.
definitely.
It's worse to be cheated on and then to have to find out because what that tells me is that the other person you're valuing that other person more than you're valuing me because they sh- there should never be another woman that knows more about my man than I know.
Yeah, yeah, I agree with that. I agree. If you're gonna do something and this is who you are, I believe that we should know up front so that we can prepare a plan, because we have, I mean, to a certain degree, we have all in life been cheated at some point, and we all know it doesn't feel good. It doesn't, being blindsided is what really affects you. It's not even the sex part, it's the being blindsided. So it's very controversial for me to see that past generations did not wanted to know, and now us millennials and Gen Z's, we as women want to know. We want to know what can we expect out of relationships or a relationship with a man, rather than be oblivious to it, so that we can have a plan and not be shamed in the future by this situation
Well, I think there's something that a lot of times that the other woman does. I guess in our generation what they would do is they will they will use like pictures in social media to embarrass you. So imagine, um, I've seen like girls that I know they do this. They might take a picture with your boyfriend or something like that. I,
Yeah.
that would crush me.
Oh
If
my God, yes. Yes, that would definitely, oh my God, that would be the worst. I think that's why a lot of women divorce a lot, because you feel that there's a disconnect, that there's a side of you that they don't know. Like, I would prefer if we know in advance. Blood Moon says most women will never wish to know. You guys are the exception. Men will cheat no matter what.
men will cheat, and you know what, women can cheat as well, but that's not the point. The point is it a good business decision? Is it
Yeah,
good? Is it smart? Because for
it
me, I don't think it would be a smart thing for either of for me and my partner to cheat. Like, I think that also happens when you build something and you invest in something together. It wouldn't
Yeah,
be
and
smart to
and
cheat.
and not only that, Blood Moon. I don't know. From your generation, but in our generation, I don't know if you have noticed that the mistresses have become like a culture.
Yes, that's true.
And yeah, what they want back in the day, mistresses will never even come
Mistresses kept their
near.
mouth shut.
Yeah, they kept their business private and separated from the original family or the wife of that man. Nowadays, mistresses like to rub it in your face and shame you as the wife
Yes,
and
that's the whole thing.
embarrass you.
It's in music. It's in everything. It's
Yeah,
I have your man. Like that is the thing. I mean, I'm sure that that was happening back a long time ago, but then there was like a certain level of respect that doesn't exist now. So
yeah,
a lot of times it's like the mistress can sometimes have a better position because she is the girlfriend, versus being the fiance, the wife. She's the other woman. She doesn't have any responsibility to him. She doesn't have to cook, clean, do anything.
yeah. She
And
she's she can be all ratchet and everything, and not be under the scrutiny that you are as a
yes,
wife.
because even like simple things, like there's things a person, a man might not like. For example, for you to wear a lot of makeup, for example, but
Yeah,
then they might talk to a woman that wears a lot of makeup
they
because
don't want tattoos, but
they
they're
don't want
talking.
tattoos, but then
Yeah,
they will talk to someone with tattoos.
exactly. It's like I said, different woman, same ratchet result. We're
Yes,
sharing a man, and you didn't have to put in as much work as I did.
right. That's
So
exactly it. You don't have to
yeah,
iron clothes in the morning. You don't have to worry about that. You can
like a
just have fun.
crazy boy says, side chicks always want to be elevated to wife status, side dudes not so much. Yeah, I agree with you. These side chicks, that's what they want. They go after the marriage itself.
But they don't
So
want to put in the work. That's why they're
no,
on the side.
they want to be who they want to be. But it's like I said, that's why men have to be more upfront about this starting the relationship. Now Christina says, so it's like, tell me at the beginning of the relationship if you're gonna do it or not, but when you actually do it, don't tell me.
No, not for me.
uh Look, I don't want to know when he actually does it.
No, I want to know so I can have all of his things ready for him, and then he
No,
can take it away.
that's no. I
I want
want
to
to
know.
know. I want to assume, like, for example, let's say, for example, I get with Melanie night, and I didn't knew him until this point, and then he tells me at the beginning, this is who I am, this is what I believe. I don't believe in monogamy and whatnot. And I say, yeah, I can still work with you and cooperate and be submissive to you. But then he goes and exercise those options outside. I don't want to know when he's actually doing it.
No, for me, I would see that's something that I'm not comfortable with. Now, that's the thing. I'm not comfortable with my partner being with someone else. I know that I'm not comfortable with it. So, if someone I was dating was upfront with me, I would let them know, "Thank you for telling me I'm not the right choice." And then you can find he can find someone that is into that because there are people that are open to that idea. I'm just not one of them.
Yeah, there's many people that are more open to be honest with you. I'm not. I wouldn't. I would say to a man, I appreciate that you're being honest. I think I cannot do it though. It's like I said, to each its own. There's a lot of people that are willing to do it, and men will be surprised the amount of beautiful women that are willing to throw a blind eye at the situation and say, yeah, and work out a plan to when, that happens, rather than just, keep it moving.
Can
Um,
I ask a question?
yeah, go ahead, Jorge. I mean, Jose.
Um, when women actually in that situation, is it because of low self-esteem, or maybe they're more comfortable with that concept?
What you mean? Like when
Like,
we,
like, you know, um, maybe the reason why she's down with letting the man be with multiple women. Maybe there's an issue of low self-esteem, like, like I don't, I'm so this that I'm not worthy of this person's full attention, or maybe there's just women that are okay with it.
to be honest with you, I think it's because this society has become more materialistic. So A lot of women that are willing to do this is because they know they'll be more financially stable or more financially comfortable. So they're willing to oversee or throw a blind eye at this.
Mm.
I don't think they're seeing relationships and marriage the same way we do. I think they're seeing it as a mere business transaction.
It's
I
possible.
can, I can say when I was in a relationship with a person in the past, and he had a lot. He was very wealthy, and I I wasn't taking him seriously, and I considered something like that. Um, so I think it would be both. It would be, I don't think it's low self esteem necessarily, but I think a financial, maybe financial gain, like keep him happy.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. It's mostly financial. Like look at Dr. Dre. What we were talking about, Nicole. Do you think Nicole? These are the only or the first three mistresses he has had. He probably has like hundreds,
Yeah,
but
that's right.
she's using that as an excuse because she wants out. But in reality, we all know that she probably has been putting up with this since the beginning of the relationship. It's just that she was okay because she was being taken care of and she was living a very luxurious life that she could
Why
not
would you
probably
leave that?
afford. Yeah, I don't know why she left. We will
Because
have to ask her.
she's able now to get, um she is she's able to get, she's financially stable. So now she doesn't have to put up with any of his shit
Yeah,
to
yeah,
do
for
that.
sure. So it's like I said, that's the reason why a lot of women are willing to work with men, and saying that they will accept that. Now Christina is saying, I'm just trying to figure out how we balance the fact that we don't want to get cheated on with the reality it is very likely it will happen. Like, what's the correct approach here?
Christina, answer
Christina.
this. Christina, cheat back. No, I'm joking.
No, no, I wouldn't say that, but in my opinion, um I think as women it would be better if we train ourselves or design an exit plan. If you're not willing to put up with this, design an exit plan within yourself and question yourself when you start a relationship. Am I willing to put up with cheating? And if not, what am I going to do to end this relationship in the most beneficial way where, my emotions are not shattered, and prep for that day? Because if we're living in a society where, I mean, in reality in life, there's no guarantees.
That's true.
So yeah, so the best way as a woman to approach this situation is to go into the dating scene knowing that these things will happen and prep for them. What will happen if this person that today is, sweeping me off of my feet, tomorrow he's cheating with somebody else?
Well,
What would I do, and what steps I would take to preserve my mental health? And go ahead and design that plan. Keep it to yourself. You don't have to share it with the man, but keep it to yourself, because the problem we have with our emotions and why they become destabilized is because we don't prep for
a rainy day, the bad stuff.
tragedies and bad things to happen. We always think about the positives. It's like when people go to war, when we send our children to the army, for example, I wish the US Army would teach these young men, hey, the man you're seeing next to you will most likely blow up in pieces in front of
Jesus.
you, so that they can know in advance what to expect. Are you willing to go through that? This is what's going to happen. Equip people emotionally for trauma, rather than just have trauma happen, that person not prepared to react to this and preserve their emotional health. Because yeah, in the army they will react to it. We've seen it with hundreds of thousands of them reacting to it because they're trained to keep it moving. But when we go into their emotional state, it's shattered because they have experienced so much trauma that they can cope with that. Like, seeing somebody die, and many people die around you, is not an easy thing to go through. So like I
Hmm.
said, the same goes to any type of trauma. Prep for it.
Hmm.
I think that, but I think that financially, That's why I think it's important. I disagree slightly with some of the people that have commented, because I think when you I don't think that it's a bad deal for men in as far as when they divorce. I don't think so, because the women lose way more. It getting money for me would not be enough to repair the loss of your youth, the loss of childbearing age, like the if you have children, the loss of having the father in in the home, which is like the goal, right?
Yeah.
Losing all of that, like, because a man can go and find another family, and they can create children until they're 60 years old, 70. They don't have like as much of a time crunch. So I don't think that it's unfair to men to just have to pay money, because also the woman, she's gonna build up your home. She's taking care of your children. What is the price of giving birth? That's priceless.
Well,
So I don't agree.
many men will say that the benefit is that, you're being taken care of, and you
Yeah,
have the
but
luxury to not even have to work for life.
but who does? That's not even a benefit, because you can work. Like, it's not like it's something that you can't do. They can't make
You
a baby and
but
carry
a
a
labor,
baby.
you'll be surprised the amount of women that don't really want to work. It's like I said, it's you and me and many other women are made out of a different type of fabric, but there's a lot of women that are willing to accept this stuff and just not want to work. We have seen even Kevin Samuels ask women if they're willing to work after childbirth, and they all say no, they don't want to have financial responsibility. And let's not take that away from men. Being a man is tougher than you and me think,
No,
because
I'm sure. I can
society
imagine.
society society expects so much out of them,
That is so
so
true.
much,
That is so true.
and they don't have a space where they can say, I'm tired, I feel today like I want to give up, I need some help today. Men don't have that space, they don't
No,
have
but
that
but
luxury.
if they have the right woman, they will have that space.
If they have the right woman, but most of the men do not. Look, most of the men cannot come to a woman and say, hey, you know what, I want to take a year off, my mind is not right, or I feel depressed today. Men cannot have that luxury in today's society, because we
But
have
what?
built
But,
a
but can we?
society. Look, we have built a society where men have to be everything. They
Oh
have to
no, I don't
be,
know.
yeah, they have to be a provider, they have to be a protector, they have to take all the downfalls, and when all the ships fall, they fall on their shoulders.
So do you think that in that case, the man should be able to cheat
Well,
if he's not
if
getting all of the things that he needs at home? Should it be acceptable? Is it reasonable that he would go and find a woman that can give that to him?
in my opinion, to a degree, yes. If you can be the things that your man needs from you, then yeah, they should go and outsource it, because I mean, like I said, being a man is a very hard job. It's not even funny. Like, I've seen even my man having to work like long hours. That man comes home super tired, and it doesn't matter what happens. If he had a bad day, he still has to go out there and provide and work hard and grind, and then he can't complain. He can't come home and decide tomorrow I'm not going to go out and try to conquer the world one more time. He cannot. He doesn't have the luxury to do that. Men do not have the space to actually
Okay,
do
so
that.
are you saying? I think what you're saying is that is as opposed to women, because a woman can find a man with money or a hardworking man, and then you don't have to work. Men don't really have that option.
Not really, not really.
Hmm.
It's like I said, I don't know. Probably I see the world differently, but in my opinion, that's when you enter that type of marriage, a type of arrangement with a man, you have to be able to learn how to keep your man. And that involves creating a space where he's at peace, give him peace
For sure.
when he's at home, make him want to come home to you, cook him something nice, reward him for all the things that he's doing to keep the family afloat. to
That's true.
provide and protect you. You know, if he comes home and you're waiting for him just to argue with him, to nag about little things, to, you know, not give him, and I'm sorry for being explicit, but not giving any sex for weeks and months at a time, then what can you really expect from this man?
That's true.
Uh,
Sometimes it's. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
You didn't.
I just want to chime in for a second. The fact of the matter is, under society, men are not supposed to cry.
Yeah.
Men are not supposed to be depressed. I mean, men cannot deal, not supposed to, not allowed to confess that they're going through mental illness.
Yeah.
Okay. In my case, I went through depression twice.
Oh, that's a tough one.
And at twice I contemplated suicide.
And a lot of men do, Jose. You'll be surprised the amount of men
Mhm.
that contemplate suicide because the pressure is on them
That's
24/7.
true.
These men have no
No
rest. Like I've
outlet,
seen
no
it.
release, no.
Yeah, I've
Mhm.
even seen it with my dad. My dad started a business at 27, and I have yet to see that man take a vacation where he's not working. I cannot even imagine, which is why I told him when he lost his wife, I push him to date again because I want to see my dad, even if it's in retirement. I want to see him, and I told him I'm worried that you use all your life to work and provide for us and you're not enjoying yourself. It's time to, you know, plan for retirement and take a break. Like I've seen many men go through a lot of stuff because they're not appreciated enough. They don't have a space to say anything. They don't have an outlet, you know. And it's like I said, if we as women cannot be that for our men, can we really demand from them their utmost loyalty? No, we can't.
And if I can just, continue my thought. And one problem that we have, we're too busy. We're so busy trying to take care of others. Okay. It's very humbling and very difficult for us to admit we need help. Because unfortunately, in this society, if a man actually confess that they need help, it's held against them.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. It's like I said, men will always be vilified for many things, but never rewarded for the things they do. And
Um,
unfortunately, that's the society that we have built. And like I said, the only little corner that men have and they're supposed to have as their place of peace is their home.
yes.
So it's like I said, you most likely men that are married to a woman that brings them peace will not even cheat because they will not have a need for it because you will be their peace. You will be their depot environment where they can feel at home.
Um,
So I will focus more on like what are we giving our men rather than what they can give us.
I don't. I think it starts with getting the right person in the beginning. There's red flags. There's signs that you aren't compatible. It doesn't mean either one of you is bad. Sometimes you're just not compatible with another person. So don't ignore those signs
Yeah,
and
for sure.
be with someone that you're compatible with. But Jose, I wanted to tell you that I really think you're a very nice person, and please don't ever leave. Like I think, please, that would really break my heart. I don't know you very well, but from the little bit that I've seen, if you're feeling down or something like that, you're definitely worth like living. Like your life is worth it. So don't let that those irrational thoughts take you.
Thank
Yeah,
you. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
like I said, I even your energy is very positive every time you jump in. Like I know, you know, you're a very respectable man. Don't ever give up. Don't give up.
No,
You know, we need more men like you in
we need more
society.
like you. Exactly. We
Yeah,
do.
and I know it's not easy. So if you need to talk, like I said, hit me up on Instagram, send me a message,
Me too.
message somebody, talk to somebody, but never give up,
Yeah,
because I know it's
you're
not
worth
easy
it.
on you guys. The world is not fair to men.
Well, the fact, the reason why I'm still here is my faith in God. Okay, because if it wasn't for my faith in God, I would not be here now. And not only that, um, dealing with losing more than half of my immediate family to death, and many of them prematurely because they did not make the best health choices. It's not easy. And I remember when my mother's funeral, I said to my family, please do what you can to take care of yourselves physically or mentally, because I don't want to be like at 6 months down the road or a year down the road attend another funeral. I have attended in my lifetime 7 funerals.
Wow.
That's a lot for a
I
person to
wouldn't
deal with.
go if it's too much for you. I wouldn't go because I've
Yeah.
already told everyone that I know I'm not going to any funeral. So
Yeah.
if it's too much for you, I would just not go.
Yeah,
And that doesn't.
don't feel pressure to do things that makes you take more from your mental health than actually give you. I want to address what Blood Moon says. I prefer being the other woman. I think, look, if you're a career woman, uh that really doesn't even want to deal with men, there's a lot of women that do, that just focus on their career and don't want to deal with men. And I
But
think,
why would you want to be the other woman?
I mean, look,
Why
I
would
don't
Maybe they see some benefit.
yeah, it's like I said, that they see probably some benefit to it. And like I
you?
said, I can't really blame them for that because that's their life
No, but
plan.
for me, you're exposing yourself to STDs because you're sharing an instrument that someone else is putting in them. You're exposing yourself to STDs, and also there is no long-term benefit. If you want a short-term benefit, okay, but why not a single man? Why do you want to be the other woman? Why not
um
date a man that is single and just not be in a relationship with him? Why not just be dating instead of being the other woman? Explain
uh,
that. That's
ex-
psychologically, it's weird.
okay, Blood Moon, and Olabor shoot you a question: why you prefer being the other woman instead of dating a man that's single? Let me know. But to be honest with you, I appreciate that she's being genuine though,
But is she
because
being genuine with the other with woman? That seems like sneaky to me because why do you want to be the other woman? I need to have answers to that. Please jump in.
well, she said that it still feels good with condoms.
It
So
still feels good, but what are you?
Well,
Why do you
you
want to
know
be the
what? It's
other
kind of
woman?
it's kind of hard for me to say that since I haven't had relations in 10 years.
Blood Moon hasn't had a relationship in 10 years. Blood Moon, defend yourself.
I think that's like a very juvenile comment. I don't know if you're being serious or not, but why would you want to be the person who's causing another person stress and turmoil? Because when your man is cheating, you know it. You can feel it. When your man is, I can at least I can feel it. If my man is even interested in another woman because their behavior changes, why would you want to be that?
Jose, Blood Moon said that she choose not to be in a relationship.
But why
Do
do
you
you have to be
think?
in a relationship with a person who is in a relationship? That's weird.
Well, Morena says a Blood Moon no le importa. Blood Moon doesn't care.
No, she does care because if she wants to be the other woman, does it make her feel like she's better than the wife or the
I
girlfriend?
don't I don't think that she's doing this purposely.
I
She
think so.
said
I think so.
she she said, I'm not causing anyone stress. I'm single and do whatever I
But
please.
why do you want to be
Yeah.
the other woman? You can do whatever you want in the world. Everyone can. But I don't get why you would want to be the other woman.
Blood Moon, you have to clarify that for all aboard. Like, why the other woman and not date men that are
A
single?
single.
Yeah,
Because
but going back to that, like I said, I believe that what she's saying is more genuine than a lot of women that I
no,
see
but
today.
I believe there's some psychological damage in her brain if she thinks that being the other woman, preferring it. Why would you prefer that?
Well, probably because men did her dirty. Like, we don't know
But,
her
or did
backstory.
women do her dirty?
You don't know that either. Like, it's
We
like I
don't know.
said, we're under the pre-assumption that women are angels, and we know full well that they're not.
No,
You
I'm not
know,
under that pre-assumption. But I just would like to know. There will always be another woman. Why do I want a man who will cheat on me?
look, Blood Moon says there will always be another woman. Why do I want a man who will cheat on me? Exactly. We don't know. We don't know where Blood Moon's background.
But why would you do that to another woman? Is my question for you, Blood Moon. And I think you should jump in and get on the call, the stream.
Uh, well, while Blood Moon formulates her response to you, all aboard, I want to welcome my king, Melanated Knight. How are you, baby?
I'm good. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can
Yes.
Yes.
hear you.
How you doing?
Hello, everybody. Well, just go ahead. I'll jump in real quick.
So, what do you think on the topic? Do you think cheating is a good business choice?
No, I mean, in a logical sense, no, because you're not getting, once when you cheat, especially if it's not part of the deal, then, you can't be crying about if you're losing your house, your money, or anything because you set that up yourself. Now, like you guys were saying, if you want to explain to her before going into the relationship, like, hey, I'm gonna explore my options, then that's one thing. And she accepts, then that's a whole different thing. But even still within that, you can't be doing stuff crazy. You can't be having kids outside of the marriage. You can't be uh, you know, doing things with the mistress, taking the mistress out to vacation and stuff, and getting her houses. She's just in that position to feed your physical desire. So the fact, if you start going outside of that deal, then you get everything that's coming to you.
So basically, you say no. It's not a good deal.
No, not whatsoever.
Well, to respond to what Oliver was saying, I think Goddess explained it in like better words than I could. She said that she thinks that blood moon means being the other woman over getting married. I agree. I
But
think what she meant was like she prefers
that's
that status. It
but
comes
why
to
would
this, all
you?
aboard. Look,
I don't get it.
I think she basically what she's stating is that she will prefer if the two options are being the other woman or to be the married wife, she would prefer being the other woman because it seems like more beneficial to her.
I think that, but that's still to me. It sounds stupid, honestly, because you can be with someone that's single. You don't have to be the other woman. You can just be with a person who's single. Like the you don't. Okay, the other woman doesn't have nor want the responsibility. That's fine, but I just don't like the sneakiness of it because first of all, the man is using you. Like Melanated said, this is just for the other woman. You're physically being used. You're just a vessel for like they're draining you of your your time. They're draining you of your body, and you're getting really nothing. You're getting none of the benefits. I think it would be better to be single and date. I don't think you have to be the other woman. Just be single and date. But saying other woman implies that he has a woman and a family, and you're trying to somehow like abuse that or get in the meaning of that in the middle of that.
Look, she said using me, never. I'm using
But
him.
why are
It's
you using him? Why are we using anyone? Shouldn't we just be with people that we're compatible with? I don't get that part.
Well,
well, I look go ahead, Jose, go ahead.
well, the problem is when you don't respect yourself, you're not going to respect others. So when it gets to that stage, it becomes easier to use others. I mean, and respect had to stop with you. That's how I see it.
Jose just dissed you, Blood Moon. He said, "Don't respect yourself." That's what
No,
I think.
I didn't mean, no,
I'm
I
joking.
didn't
I'm
mean it.
joking.
I didn't mean it that way. Please,
I'm
I
joking,
don't
Jose.
want to get into any controversy. I'm just simply stating. I'm just simply stating that you know you have to respect yourself. Okay, if you don't respect yourself, you're not going to respect others. I'm not saying that she doesn't have any respect for herself. I don't know her for Adam.
I think that that is a very juvenile way of thinking. Using me, never. I'm using him. You're not using anyone because at the end of the day, you're the one on the outside of he has a relationship. He's chosen someone and he's partnered with someone. He's building with that person, right? So at the end of the day, you're really not using him. He's using your time. He's using
Mhm.
your body, and you're getting nothing out of it other than maybe financially, like financial gain. To me, that is not a good deal for me.
But that's your personal choice. I think, to be honest with you, like I said before, I think that that goes to people's preferences rather than, us trying to judge them for what we think is right or wrong,
I
But
Jose,
know,
I
to be
but
honest
mean,
with you.
what I'm saying is that if you, it's just based off of her wording, what she's doing, she's not just affecting this guy. There's also another family. This is, and I'm sure she's saying hypothetically.
But what if she's not even trying to get noticed by the woman? Because I think Blood Moon has shown that she really doesn't care anything about other people rather than just her family. I don't think she'll be the type of woman that would be like, oh, I'm gonna chase the wife to show her that I
Well,
got
she
her
said
man.
she's not bothering the wife. She's not
Yeah,
bothering
she's
her.
not she's not unsettling the
They
woman.
can each
she's
their
just
own.
getting she's just getting her time, and
I
enjoying
just
herself, and
I would
and
just
that's
want
it.
more. I would just want more, and everyone does think differently. But I'm just saying, for me, that doesn't seem like a smart decision. It seems like
Wow.
something that's not going to benefit. If it were me,
that
I
that
think.
that Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Finish what you were
No,
saying.
no, go ahead.
I think a lot of this nonsense with the cheating thing would be solved if some of times, like, I have to go on us dudes, if we just be upfront with it. Like, I understand we like to use it's my biological imperative and I gotta, I need to mate, but at some point you gotta have self-respect for yourself. And that goes with sleeping with other women, cheating. Like, if you want to cheat, I'm all for you exploring your option if the person that you with agrees to it, and I'm okay with you being single and doing it. I have a moral code. I don't, if I'm in a relationship, married or just a plain relationship, I don't like cheating because I don't want that same thing done to me. And I think a lot of people lack like a code nowadays with themselves, like hold themselves up to a higher standard. And dudes need to start doing that too, because if you want to do it, I mean, if you want to mess around, go ahead and mess around when you're single. That's cool. I don't have a problem with that. But then, like, what I'm getting tired of is when we get into these conversations and they're like, why, start trying to find loopholes while you in a relationship. That gets on my nerve because you have the freedom to do what you wanted to do when you're single. You got Tinder, Grinder, you got clubs, and you can meet females, and you can go to hotels and do whatever you want. But at the same time, you get into these relationships, and all of a sudden you feel like, oh, I'm trapped. I don't, I want to, get something off. So it's you gotta hold yourself up to a higher standard, at least for me. And like I said, I don't care if you want to bust a nut, excuse me for my terminology. If you're single, I don't care if you want to do it if the person agrees. But in the cases that you're in a relationship, you should hold yourself up to a higher standard like Jose said, and go by your word. If you told the woman we're gonna be together, we're exclusive, then be exclusive. Because what I'm getting tired of is like, dudes, we make this conversation a little bit hard to have because we're just jumping, you know, woman to woman and then trying to make it seem like it's okay instead of just saying, you know what, I'm good by myself and I'll jump to woman to woman, if I'm, single. So all this stuff about like I'll be the other woman and stuff, like I said, to each his own. I just feel like we all should hold ourselves to higher standards, especially as men, because we're always somewhat complaining about how females are. So if we want to really find the woman that we want, we got to take the time out and stop spreading ourselves everywhere and hold ourselves to a better standard than the crap that we're doing now.
Yeah, look at what Nas is saying. Nas said that as a man, your word should be like God, unchanging. Yes, the I believe that the power of word and the value of it has been taken away too much in our society, where you cannot trust what people say anymore because people are not genuine about their intentions. That's what, even though I don't see the word like Blood Moon does, I appreciate her being genuine about who she is more
Mhm.
than the people that I'm seeing today in society when they just want to, blow smoke up people's asses and say things that they don't mean, and then later on being caught doing exactly the same thing they said they never do.
I would say with Blood Moon, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be very rude to you because I would say this: the you didn't make a promise to his girlfriend or his wife. You didn't make a promise to her. You really owe her nothing. I was so I'm not faulting you for thinking about yourself. But what I'm saying is it just seems like a sneaky thing to do. It just seems like you're not giving yourself the maximum like you're not giving yourself what you could be getting, because to be the other person is saying that you think you don't deserve having someone else, or you're trying to like maybe compete with his wife, or you think that maybe you mean something more because he's choosing to cheat with you. I don't know. I'm just curious about the psychology behind why you would be the other woman than be with a single man. I don't get that. But I'm
Yeah.
not blaming you because you didn't make a commitment to his partner. He did.
That was
Well, I
the
want
reason.
to.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, Jose, go ahead.
No, that's the reason why I raised the question earlier. I mean, when you have people who want to be a side piece, so to speak, I mean, how many of them are doing it because they don't value themselves? And I'm sure there's a few that are doing it for the excitement and what have you, and the fact that you're doing something forbidden. But how many, you know, who decide to be the side piece doing this because maybe that's the only way that they get some sort of recognition, status, their sense of worth? That's just
And
my
look,
thought.
look at what Morena is saying, responding to what Melanie Renat says. She says he's right. Then, then he cheats, and the woman is scorned because he lied, and then she becomes his worst nightmare. And now a woman ain't shit. It is true. I've seen this. Well, we have all seen this all around, where men do make one mistake, the woman, because of her emotions. I think we have to understand, women, we are very we mostly, most of our decisions are based on our emotions. So if we feel betrayed, especially Latinas, I'm gonna speak on Latina women, right? When we feel betrayed or lied to, there's nothing worse coming your way than an
I
angry Latina.
promise. I promise.
Okay, that will be your worst nightmare ever, because the betrayal of our trust, because we do things more passionately in Latin America. So like that's why I always emphasize on be upfront about your stuff, own the way you are. Nobody should judge you for the way you are, and even if they do, then that's not the right person for you. Just go and find that person. Now, don't try to then cry because the woman that you promised something that you did not delivered, is coming after your ass, coming after your assets, and then, all women ain't shit. It's the same thing with the woman. Do not go into a relationship where the man is being upfront with you and you just made up a fantasy world in your mind, and then when he exercises his options after he told you, you become this angry woman that all men ain't shit. You can't have it. You can't have it both ways. You have to be genuine about who you are. So in that aspect, look at Blood Moon says, I have never been betrayed. I'm very controlling.
Blood Moon, I
Well,
I
think that you
mean,
have some things that you need to deal
uh,
with, because
yeah,
this what you're saying right here sounds like a person who is very hurt. I've never been betrayed. I am very controlling. Why are you controlling someone else's husband or boyfriend? That's silly.
so Melanated, now what you were going to say to react to it.
I don't know. I feel like a lot of these responses are dodges. I mean, personally, I feel like every time somebody makes a response, it's like a dodge, and that's cool. Like I said, that's how your personal choice. I don't hold her to what I think. I don't hold anybody to what I think. I just think like lately, and I've talked about this lately. Everybody wants to have an excuse for like just said, holding themselves up to a higher standard, whether it's a man or a woman. Like you have dudes where I could literally repeat what I just said. If you single, go ahead and do what you want to do. But then they'll go back and be like, oh well, no, make excuses. I just said if you're single, do what you want to do. Just don't
Yeah.
do it with the person. When you're with a person, especially if the person is not agreed to that. But then we'll have excuses. They're like, oh well, no. I mean, do what you want to do. Why would you wait till you get in the situation to do that? Common sense, guys. Why would you get into a relationship to cheat? You should have been doing all of that. If you want to stay single, stay single. But a lot of people don't have common sense, especially when you tell them, do whatever you want when you're single, have sex, orgies, whatever you want to do. But just don't do it with the person that you get into a relationship with, especially if they don't agree.
Yeah.
But like
It's
I
like
said, a lot of that stuff I find it funny. Like I have to repeat. Sometimes you have to repeat yourself for people to understand that it's very simple concept, and it's like I think you should be able to hold yourself up to a higher standard. But if you don't, then that's you. Like we living in a world where we're catering to our lower being. And I'm not saying you got to be perfect because I'm not perfect. I'm not going to be up here and preach that, but I'm just saying like the fact that like we're so quick to do the wrong thing instead of doing the right thing is just it boggles me. I'd rather just tell her I want to exercise my option. It makes it easier on me. I ain't got to be nervous hiding.
Yeah. It's like Risa Realm said, if everyone consents, then yes. Yeah. If like I said, if you're upfront, like who am I to judge you? The arrangements of couples are a personal thing,
I
but I
agree.
believe, like I said, you have to go by your word. And if you promise before God, oh, I'm gonna be with this person, forsaking all others, then what value are you placing in your word? Your promises ain't worth shit.
So that's what it goes back to the man or the woman, whoever is in the relationship. It's on them. You can't blame the other person. Really, you really can't. It's on the people who made the commitment to each other. There was but I want to say this. Cheating, there's another thing that it causes. Not just the STDs, which it causes that, but it also causes a lot of times the partner to murder the other. That happens. Like Chris Watts, he killed his wife and his two children. I can give you like maybe 15 people like off the top of my head that have been killed because of cheating. Cheating leads to it leads to emotional distress. It's not a good business decision because it usually a lot of times it leads to the loss of the marriage or the loss of the relationship or death a lot of times.
Yeah, because
Yeah, I
people are
can
not upfront.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell you something really quick. I just had a conversation with my younger brother yesterday. He's young, well, he's like 26 now, and he's messing with a married woman. And yesterday I told him, like, if you mess with somebody who's in a relationship, you deserve to get shot. Probably not. I
Sheesh.
didn't say kill, but you deserve to get shot. I said because, and people will be like, well, that's selfish. I don't. I said first of all, if you don't care about the woman, I said a lot of times it's not even about the female. I said you're in his house on his bed
Right.
eating his food probably on his stuff. So a lot of the times that's like, I mean, people can say it's selfish, but sometimes you do get caught in the moment. Everybody gets caught in the moment.
I think they
Like
even
you
give you
can't,
in law. There's like even a legal defense that you can use if something
yeah.
like that happens.
But I told him like the reason I told him I'm a. He's like, well, you're advocating for me to get shot. I said I'm not, but I said the problem is you as a person. I don't care about the husband or wife. As a person, should have had the wherewithal, should have been in your right mind to say that's not right. I said that's all I can explain it. I said I don't believe that. Now you can
Look,
say, well, melanated, that's a fairy tale. I don't, like I said, I wasn't raised like that. So my view is I know the world ain't gonna be like what I'm saying is now. But the fact that you guys would some of y'all would feel comfortable with that and then not even think what would happen to the other person, that's kind of like, so in that case you kind of deserve to get shot if you didn't have the wherewithal to think about the choice.
look,
I know
Maceo
that
is
can be a very
saying,
emotional thing.
Maceo
Like,
says, I'm the type of dude that if I get what I want at home, no reason to cheat. It,
mhm.
it goes back to what I was saying earlier. Like, if you are that man's piece, if you're that person that provides for him what he needs, which is why he's marrying you, I highly doubt that the bulk of men will cheat on you. It should be, it's like I said, when we look, there's an advice that my dad gave me as I got into a relationship. And I'll never forget it because, you have to conquer and make that person fall in love with you every day. You have to uh compete for that person to be the top person, in their heart every day. And often what we see is that both men and women get comfortable once they get in
Yes,
a relationship and stop doing things that their partners fell in love with at the beginning. For example, I've seen a lot of women um saying, oh, you don't act like you were when we started our relationship. But like, and this is something I want to ask many women, then where do you still flirt with your man after 12 years together? Do you still try to look your best for him and impress him like you did when you were trying to get with him?
mm,
Because you cannot ask for the same type of energy that he had when you were doing all these things at the beginning if you're not bringing them into the relationship. You have to keep the flame alive, otherwise it's gonna die. And then, like I said, it goes back to you. Like, what did you do to keep your relationship alive? We both have to work. Like, a relationship is hard labor. Just because you go with something, oh, with somebody, you're not gonna be like, oh, now I can be comfortable.
I think a lot
Now
of
I
people do
can.
that. A lot of people do
Yeah,
that.
a lot of people do that. A lot of
They
people.
catch the guy and then they stop. A lot of married women do that, and maybe a lot of married men too. But I can only speak from the as a
From the
woman.
woman, yeah, as a woman,
But
I've
a lot
seen
of
it.
women do that.
Yeah, I've seen it in many women today. They get with a man, then they stop. They look like shit in the house. They don't flirt with the man. They only complain all the
But
time.
do you think that it's because the woman has a lot of other things on her mind that she's dealing with? Or do you think that she's just bored with the guy? Or do you
I
think,
think
what do you
I
think?
think we're not taught. I think we're only taught how to cook and clean, and we think that's all it takes to keep a man. When in reality, it takes much more than that. The same goes to many men. It takes both of you working every day to make the other person think, hey, this is the best relationship I could have gotten, and I don't have any reason to walk away.
Yes, and sometimes, the woman doesn't have to do a lot. Just simply, like a smile, or like, man, I appreciate the fact that you work so hard for for us to have a home, or like once in a blue moon, just prepare a meal made with love. I mean, I cannot speak for all men, but I do appreciate like the little things.
Yeah.
Like, if I'm married and my wife prepares a meal, and she really goes, beyond the call and makes it excellent, or just simply holding my hand as we walking down the street. I mean, for me, I love the little things. And I know all men think that way, but I do.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's like how many times as a wife or as a fiance, like in my position, how many times in the week do we tell our men, I'm proud of you?
That's a
How
good
many
point.
times, yeah, how many times do we tell them, you look sexy? How many times do we tell them, you're the best man? How many times do we even do? And this is not even hard work. This is just the least we could do. How many times do we even say these things to our men? But then if they cheat, we would be like, oh, you ain't shit. You're a piece of shit. You're a motherfucker. You're this. You're that. Like, words have a very powerful impact. And
Mm.
as women, we have so much, like, our words have so much power. Why
Yes, and I was
we
gonna
don't
say,
use,
I believe that the
yeah,
words, because I've been told that before, that my words, like, you could be a woman, but you can definitely cut a man down with just words, you know, and you can build a man up with just words. So I think that that is important, and I know that I wouldn't want my brother to be treated. I'm sorry, my cat. I wouldn't want my birds, my I wouldn't want my brother to be treated in a way that's disrespectful. So I remember that, and I would never treat like my man that way. But
yeah,
I think it's also important to build a man up. Like, I do it for me. I do it with my actions. I'm not very good at communicating, but I'm better at showing that I love someone through my actions, like
I
cooking
think,
for them, ironing
yeah,
their clothes, stuff like
I
that.
think I think it's like I said, we have to start raising women that will know what to do when once they get them in. We teach girls how to get them in with their sensuality and their
Yeah.
passion, but we are not being taught how to keep these men.
Mhm.
We are not taught to tell this man, yo, I appreciate that, I know you are probably scared or you feel defeated today because you had a big loss at work, or life is hitting you hard right now, but I appreciate that you still put on your clothes and got out and work hard to provide me with a roof, with food, with electricity, something basic. Like, I appreciate all the hard work you do. How many times have we seen that women are not brought up to be this way? It's like I said, would you, every time I see many women complaining about this man, be the woman. Look, think about it like this. Think about your baby boy. and think about that your baby boy will get you as a woman. If you're not smiling, then freaking change. It's
But,
that
but
simple.
do you think that maybe sometimes the women, the reason they're not putting their all in it is because maybe they're not happy. Maybe that's not their perfect partner.
You mean the woman?
So like if a woman is not doing those little things that cost no money, right? It doesn't cost
Mhm.
anything physical. You
Mhm.
just you just tell him you love him. You're nice to him. You think it's because she really doesn't like him. Maybe she doesn't want to be with him.
Yeah, that there's I mean, I wouldn't generalize on women like that, but like, I mean, what else would you not do? Why else would you not do these things? Like, if you love somebody, you want that person to feel their best every day. Like, I don't want to send my fiance out there knowing like how hard he works and not make him feel appreciated when he comes home. When he comes home, I want him to feel relaxed. I want him to be at peace. I want him to, feel like he's the king of the world. That's the way I want him to go back out there the next day, feeling that way. So, like I said, you have to really, as a woman, look at yourself and examine your behavior. And I mean it, because I've been in that position. I've been that type of toxic woman in the past. And, I was checked by my man, either you give me peace or I can't continue, you know? And I had to check myself. And I wish more of us will check ourselves and provide peace for our men, provide that space that I was talking about, when we were saying things like, how hard it is to be a man in today's society, and to not have an outlet. You have to provide a space where he can tell you, hey, like, I feel so stressed today, and you can give him a massage, or do a pedicure for him, or a facial. Do something simple. You don't have to, you know do even hard labor. So show your
Mhm.
appreciation. We should create an appreciation for our man day,
Well, I
in the
think that would be
week.
good. And it's not just Father's Day, but I think that would be a nice idea. But also, I think not all men are doing all of this work. Not all men. We have to encourage men to be men and to be providers. They
Well,
have
there's a
to.
there's a lot of men that are bums. I believe that, but there's also a lot of men that are not. And
Yes, but
that, if you have a bum, and that was your choice,
no,
you
that's
know
true.
yeah, you have to, in the initial stages of a relationship, you have to decide which man you want to give your body and your womb to.
Mhm.
You can't just pick a guy from the street and then
And then
want him
expect
to
him
act
to
like
be a
a
provider
husband.
and a
Yeah.
good guy. Like that's the thing that gets me. A lot of times we choose guys that and we know when we choose a guy that's not shit, right?
Yeah,
We can't choose a
look
guy
at
that's not
Sundown
good.
facial. Yes, Sundown. Like, a lot of men have ingrown hairs on their beard and stuff like that, and they have blackheads, just like we do, because pores enlarge and
Because
stuff.
men don't even
Just
care
do
about
that for
these things.
them. Yeah, a facial is very
Yeah,
relaxing. Just ask Melanated Night.
a
A
facial with a nice
pedicure.
massage.
Yeah, a pedicure, a manicure. Those things are relaxing for men. Just play some good music, light a candle, and do his feet or do his hands and stuff
They're
like
gonna,
that.
they're gonna be so jealous. Like the haters on your channel when they hear that Melanated Night is getting this treatment. Jesus, they're gonna be so jealous. You're gonna get more haters.
Oh Lord, I see Fighter on the comment, and he said, "Provider, she can't even cook."
Tell
What do
him he's
you
so
mean? What do you
ugly.
mean by that? What do you mean by that, Fighter?
He's just
Like,
he just wants my attention.
he wants your attention.
That's what he wants because he's never tasted a meal from me, and he never will.
Well, he said all aboard is mental. She can't even
I
read.
can't even read. Isn't that funny?
Crazy Boy said, "Fighter, you weren't faithful to all aboard, were you?" Uh,
I would never date him ever.
Sundown, can he give you a facial? I'm pretty sure, Sundown, that Melanated Night can give me a facial, but
That's
he'd
not what he
rather
means. They're
he'd
being
rather give
serious.
me the money to go get one professionally
He's
done.
he's funny.
Like he does for my nails,
Can you
because
please kick Fighter out of the chat? I don't want him in here. Tell him to go.
And let's not get emotional, but all aboard. Just leave him there. We
Okay.
beat him up. We beat him up last
Okay.
night. Let's just
He can
let's just
definitely
provide
take
the
a
man
fight.
a space to breathe. We cannot be
Okay.
talking about mental health about men and then kick
No, no, but
fighters
fighter,
morale.
but for fighter, he would never get a facial. He would never get any of those things because he doesn't deserve it. I'm not smart enough to date him. I dropped out of sixth grade. Okay.
Fighter, come up here and debate all aboard yourself.
No, but fighter, a man like fighter, he deserves nothing. You know what fighter deserves? He deserves a TV dinner, something frozen, and that's
Oh
in
my
the
god.
microwave. He doesn't
Oh my
deserve
god.
anything.
No,
You
don't
know,
don't say that.
you know
I
what I
don't.
miss?
What do
What?
you miss, Jose?
I miss a good massage.
A massage is
Oh,
nice, yes. It's like
yeah.
too,
I
especially
mean, I mean, like, it doesn't have to be sensuous. It just have to be just be relaxing because when you're dealing with the daily struggles in life, and now with COVID and the fact now I'm going to be working remotely full time. I mean that COVID-19. If we're not careful, we're going to become a whole bunch of hermits.
Yeah, yeah,
I think that the human touch is very important for your like psychologically. We need to be together. Like humans are meant to be social. So like the
Yes,
touch is something. And you know what I'm gonna do? I'm actually gonna volunteer to do to go to like nursing homes if they allow me. But I have to get my COVID shot first, and I really don't want a COVID shot. But just the human touch, just speaking with people, something that we really missed this year. We missed it.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
um,
Definitely.
maybe the fact that you have a tested negative will be enough, because I know there are people that still don't feel comfortable about getting the vaccines, and that's their own individual choice. My thing is get the facts first, and then you decide, because unfortunately what happened is you have people who got the vaccine and they shame others for not getting it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a
yeah.
personal
It's a
choice.
personal choice, but to be honest with you, if the risks of you getting this virus outweigh, are greater, and you like getting complications out of it, please get it. We don't want anything bad to happen to you. Just get it.
Yeah. But also, fighter, you're a liar. I don't like you at all. And that's why I ignored your call, you weirdo.
A lot of people are saying that you like him, Olabor. We might have to do a stream
He says, I'm getting
on
the
on
call.
this whole drama, so you
Oh my
can
God.
express your point
Okay. Tell him to
with
call in,
with
but he
you and
won't call in
Fighter.
because he's scared. Call in.
uh Fighter, she said to jump in. She wants to talk to you. He said she's getting a C-19 shot to do free nursing work. People cap all day, man.
What? No, I'm getting it because I'm going to go see my grandmother. I'm traveling to New York. I told you that, dummy. And also, I want to be able to go to to visit with people that don't have any contacts. Like they haven't had like nursing
But
homes.
all aboard. In all fairness, why do we have to insult Fighter? We
Because
can
no,
tell him. We can
I'm gonna insult fighting. Stop
look. You can tell him that you disagree with him without calling him
that.
names.
Okay, I disagree with you, fighter.
That's something
Because it's
nicer.
your channel, I will be respectful.
Thank
But
you.
fighter, you know how I really feel in my heart. Just know that.
Look, Morena said, all aboard. It's okay. Fighter is a cutie. Do you
No, he's
think Fighter
not.
is a cutie? No?
Oh my god. So whatever. I'm done.
Okay. Nas said that this is some like the ghetto version of no. Nas, come on, man.
Yo, come on.
I'm weak.
Stop.
The ghetto version. That no, this is the in the Heights ghetto version.
Whatever. It's like a story arc.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
But to be honest with you, it really
Fighter
bad
doesn't work, so
to
I'll never date him.
You will not, to be honest, and I'm gonna just to clear the air. Um, and I'm sorry for being like this nosy person, but
Oh God,
do
please
you
don't do
really?
this.
Okay, then we'll do it. We'll do it privately.
No, there's nothing. I literally hate him. There's nothing.
But hate is not the opposite of love.
Well, it can be opposite of love, but that's what I feel.
No,
Hate.
it's not. It is not the opposite of love. When you have to
Oh my
actually
God,
have
are we really
to.
doing this? Tell Fighter to
Okay,
jump in. He can't even jump in. That's how little he like
I
working.
think he doesn't. I think he's scared of being cursed out.
I'm not gonna curse. I won't say a single curse word. Fighter, please
You
come
see, she
into
was
the
nice
room.
to you, fighter. Like just jump in. All aboard says she will be nice to you.
Yes.
And you guys can have a conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Now going back to this whole thing with cheating. I do believe that we have to just be genuine. We really just have to be more genuine about where we stand. And like I said before with Blue Moon, I do appreciate her being genuine, because if more people will be genuine about their intentions and what they want out of life, and they will have it more present, they could plan their lives ahead and know what to expect from their lives. When we lie to ourselves and we say, no, I'm going to be this uh you know um fake person just for keeping up appearances, that's when we get in these sticky situations. And like I said before, it's not a good business choice to
Mhm.
cheat. Now being upfront might be, but no. you know um Crazy
Can I
boys.
make a suggestion?
Yeah, go ahead, Jose.
You know what would be an interesting topic? Why do men fear strong women?
You think men fear strong women?
Some men, because unfortunately for some men, it's like kryptonite.
Okay. Why you think some men feel intimidated by a woman that has it all?
Because I think what it is that they have one concept of a woman that's basically science, doesn't say anything, 100% submissive, and heaven forbid if they have an opinion.
Okay.
Okay. Um,
So you think that basically men,
some
certain men, yeah, some men just feel like, to a certain degree jealous of a woman's success?
it's possible.
Okay.
Um, I mean, I know for myself, and I'm going to speak for myself.
Hmm.
I do not fear strong women.
Okay.
In,
That
in
that's a
fact,
good that's a good one.
and
Do
in
you
fact,
do you encourage women to, pursue like a higher position? Do you
oh
do you
sure,
feel like
yes, yes, definitely.
that's good? That's
If I have a girlfriend or a wife or whatever, and she wants to like pursue a higher position or have a lofty goal, I say, you know what, go for it. How can I? Sorry, what can I do to help?
yeah, yeah.
Okay, and with that, I just want to end my participation. I just like to thank you for allowing me to come in, say my 2 cents. Um, and the fact of the matter is, every time I hear from you, I learn a little bit more.
Yeah, and I learn a lot from you. There's a lot of power in listening to people that have walked down this path earlier. And I appreciate when you come in here because you always share your wisdom.
Thank
So
you.
to be honest with you, Jose, I wish that you keep coming here. And like I said, I will always keep it respectful, and I will always allow you to speak your truth because I also learn from it. So like I said, I always appreciate when you come here, and you're always welcome. my cyber casa is your casa.
Thank you.
You're
And to
very
all
Jose,
welcome.
that,
Jose,
I just want to say, have a blessed night, and please be safe out there.
thank you, Jose. Jose, I really appreciate you too. I watch you, and I enjoy every time you come on. It's very calming and peaceful.
It is. It is. We appreciate your energy out here.
Well, I just, like I said before, and I'm going to say it again, behind every great man is a greater woman. And I am what I am today, thanks because of my mom.
Oh,
Thank
thank
you for
you.
your
Yeah.
mother. She did a wonderful job.
Yeah,
Thank
she
you.
did. She did.
So,
And it
okay,
shows.
so please be safe.
Bye.
Take
Bye.
care. Take care.
Bye.
Now, Smoothie says Denise was right about what she said there, but now imagine treating a man that good and he cheats on you. Well, Smoothie, that's
What
always a
happens?
risk. That yeah, that's a possibility that I'm ready to face if it happens. Now, I'm not gonna stop being the woman I am because a man, decided to betray me. But that is something that I work with, the possibility that that happened because it had happened to me before. It happened to me before in a previous relationship. So I learned from that in dating and in life, there's no guarantees, like I said before. And I'm ready to take steps to preserve my mental health and then move on to something that is different. But I'm not going to give this man hell for something that he hasn't done yet. So I don't know if that makes sense or if it
That makes
answers
sense.
your statement, but to be honest with you, yeah, like it's a possibility that I have present. I'm not gonna lie to women and say, oh no, give yourself to men because you have to be lovable and they won't cheat. No. There's a possibility that you can be with a motherfucker that would cheat no matter how good you treat him.
And there's
Now,
women who can have everything and they would cheat too. Like there's
yeah,
women
of course, of
who
course.
get everything and they still cheat.
There's always a possibility. Now, I'm gonna let you guys talk,
I
but
have nothing to say to him though. Like
I
what do
will
you have to say?
ask, I will ask all aboard that you don't overtalk
I
fighter.
know.
Fighter, don't overtalk all aboard. Let's keep it respectful. I appreciate you both supporting and coming into my channel. Let's have this conversation between you two, but to be mature and see if we can work something out. So, fighter, I welcome to my channel. What do you have to say to all aboard?
Um.
Okay, never mind. Mute his
Oh.
mic.
No,
Forget
all
it.
aboard. Let him express himself. Okay.
Look, she thinks she's a dictator. You're not a dictator here. You can't tell Denise what to do just because
Okay.
I laughed. How you doing, Denise?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm all right. I'm all right. I'm all right. Today flew by quick today. Damn.
Yeah, this
Um,
Monday went by very fast.
right, Tuesday already, man.
Yeah.
Um, Tuesday already.
So
Um,
so what's the disagreement that you have with Oliver? Like why this drama started? Because was it because of last night
um,
or you guys had this issue before?
I, f- no, I feel like she just can't control herself,
Why you feel
especially
like why you feel
when
like
I'm around. Especially when I'm around.
so you think she likes you and that's why she's doing this?
Yeah, it's kind of like remember the show Hey Arnold, like Helga. Remember she was like so mean to Arnold, but in reality she was like obsessed with him. This is what it reminds me of, you know.
Okay. Now
And then she's projecting it by saying how much she hates me, but it's coming off weird, you know, because it's like, okay, if you don't like somebody, just stop talking about it. Stop talking
do
about the person.
do you think that she's saying that probably because she felt some type of way because of something you probably guys talked between you two?
Um, nah, nah, no, not at all. Not at all.
So all aboard. Why you feel like you have all this animosity for fighter?
I just feel like I don't want to be rude, so I'm gonna keep my feelings to myself.
Yeah.
Um, no, he's wrong though.
So did he do? Okay, let's just do it like more in a general way. Did he do something to you though?
Um, yes. Fighter is, there's a lot of things. We've talked about it behind the scenes.
Okay.
Um, I'm not interested in Fighter whatsoever. I'm open to being a friend, like online, but I'm not interested in Fighter whatsoever.
So you want to be friendly with him and like from now
Online, that's
on
it.
online?
Hmm.
Okay. Fighter, do you want to be Ola Board's friend from now on, even though
Yeah,
she has said some stuff towards you?
um, I think she's lying. She won't be able to keep her hands to herself if she saw me in person.
Okay.
But she said she wants to be your cyber friend though.
Yeah, I know. I know. She could say one thing and really mean
I think
another.
he's a little more confident than he should be.
Um,
That's what I think.
I think you're confident showing a guy kissing you on the cheek.
What?
You
So
know,
what? That's my boyfriend.
no, it's not. You're a liar.
Why am I a liar?
You think she doesn't have a boyfriend?
I don't want to discuss private
Yeah, no,
things.
no, don't say anything
You can discuss
private.
it. Go ahead.
No, 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 no. I'm not gonna
Yeah, be a
say
gentleman. Don't
yeah,
don't
yeah,
don't
I'm not. I
don't
don't do that.
expose anything
I,
private.
Why
I
are
don't.
you
I don't.
lying? What do you? Are you gonna tell me who my boyfriend is?
I'm not. I don't do that, man. I don't. I don't speak on things that women tell me, like
What did I tell you?
in confidence. I just keep
I
my
told you
mouth shut.
something in confidence, but I just gave you permission. You're
I think
lying.
I think he's trying to be a gentleman.
Yeah, yeah. I'm trying to preserve. Well, the little dignity you have left, I'm trying to preserve it.
Okay, the little dignity I have left. Thank you. You're so
So
weird.
so my question is, can you, because to be honest with you, we have both agreed and disagreed in many things, but I feel that you guys both, can still be cyber friends and keep it cool.
Or she wants to be more than that.
What?
But I mean, but why don't you let her decide if um if she wants to be more than that?
But I've already told him I don't want that.
Well, we don't know the future, all
Yeah,
aboard.
I
No,
mean,
no, I don't want you at all.
she acts like I'm over here like I got like a rug and candles and I'm like just praying on this. Like
I believe
I'm
you are. I believe you are. You are praying.
nah. You're
Let's
not.
see.
Question. Let me ask. Let me ask you a question. Fighter, why do you come for me every time? Like, what do you want from me?
No, what? Yo, ever since the live, like ever since the live,
You've been obsessed with
the
me ever
first
since
time.
life.
But
No, no,
let him
no,
talk. Let him talk.
no. She became obsessed with me. Anytime I said something, she's like, "Oh, he's racist. He's racist. He's racist." Like every she like in her brain, like all she thinks about is like penis, race, penis, race. Like that's all she thinks about.
Denise, no, you have to check him right now. Tell him that's inappropriate,
That's
please.
not. That's not inappropriate.
Because you don't know what's in my brain. I think about other things.
Yeah, let's keep it, more like,
Okay.
friendly.
Yeah,
Are you Dominican?
yeah,
I don't believe you.
American, Dominican American.
I don't believe you.
I don't believe you are.
All right. So who was the blind president? Who was the blind president of DR?
Now
Quick,
we're gonna
answer.
do. Now we're gonna do a fact check. I'm not
No,
gonna
no.
say anything to
Who
you.
who was the blind president of DR? Quick, I'll cash you $5. You answer quick.
I'm not gonna
Quick.
Do any fucking questionnaire for you.
$5
No,
cash.
all aboard,
$10 cash app. Hurry up. One, three,
without cursing
Okay,
and
but
shit.
I'm not
two,
doing. I'm not
one.
doing a
Up.
questionnaire
That's
for
it.
you.
She didn't know it.
Okay, I'm not doing a questionnaire. Who is the president of America right now? I guarantee you don't know that.
Oh,
Okay, well, I'm not doing a questionnaire for you. I have nothing to.
that was a
Who
silly
cares?
question.
Like you don't even speak Spanish, so why are you even
What?
questioning me?
I speak it better than you, and I read it and write it.
Okay,
It's not
actually-
really a questionnaire. Like,
so I think, look, guys.
Ella dice que yo no hablo español, pero lo hablo mejor que ella.
yeah, okay, sure. Your mother does too. I'm not gonna devolve into
Of
what
course
you
she does.
No, okay. This is starting to get out of control. All aboard. Let's not insult him.
Okay,
Let's
but
just
he's insulting me by questioning me and by also a lot of the things that he's saying. He's being rude. Like, just be nice, and I'll be nice. You're saying that I'm not Dominican. Why are you saying that?
You're emotionally not intellectual. Like
Okay,
emotionally,
I'm not. But why are you saying that I'm not Dominican? To me, that sounds like that comes off being very, very. It's almost like a racial slur.
how is it a racial slur
Because
when you?
you're saying because I was
Oh yeah,
born
yeah,
in
because
America.
I'm the race. I'm the big bad racist.
No, because you always want to. You have no position in calling anyone out on their identity. You don't have the right, especially because you weren't even born in DR.
It was born in DR, but I was
Okay,
conceived in DR. I was conceived in DR.
you were conceived in DR. Okay, I can insult you so much, but I won't because it's Denise's channel. And if
I
I
mean,
wanted to know the blind president, I would just Google it. I don't care enough to do it.
yeah,
There's no information that I
she
So
doesn't.
couldn't just get Google.
so
She
so
doesn't care. She doesn't
I'm
care about common Dominican knowledge. That's
It's not.
sad.
Is it common to Dominican knowledge, or is it you questioning me? You don't have the right.
No, it's common Dominican knowledge, especially at a lady of your
Common,
age.
but you don't know if
but
I know it or if I just choose not to answer any of your stupid questions.
You didn't know it.
You don't
so
know that. If I
so
didn't know it, I could just Google it.
so
Don't you know
but
that?
at the same time, fighter, like she can have Dominican heritage and be raised here, and that doesn't make her less of a Dominican person,
He is less of a Dominican person because he's the.
but all aboard, you can't have it both ways. If you're Dominican, he's Dominican too.
But that's what I'm saying. Why is he always trying to put me on like some test, some Dominican test? That's silly.
Okay.
You're a gringa because you don't know
Okay,
Don't, but
no.
don't,
tell
but
me that.
don't, but fighter, look, if we're gonna do this, we can't take her card away because she doesn't know certain things. Obviously, she has more American influence in her, but she is a proud Dominican lady.
Yeah,
The
and
same way you're a proud Dominican man, even though you were raised here and born here, like with the Americana. You can't eat her Dominican card. Like
No, she
don't
would
take
like.
her.
She would want me to eat it though.
you
No,
see,
but
like look what he's saying.
look at this, look at this. I've been in her position by many snow depths,
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
and
yeah. But that's me trolling her. I'm trolling her.
No, but that's
but
so stupid. Why would you call just to troll? But then I can't troll back because it's Denise's channel. So you make a. I'm not even gonna go to your stream, but just know that
Oh,
this is the reason that I hate you because you call to troll. Why?
wow.
There's so much I can
but
say, but I
Connor,
won't.
I have a question. And if anybody has a question for Ola War and Fighter, you can put it in the chat. But to be honest with you, if you guys have a friendship behind the scenes, I think you should both, and this is my opinion. If you don't like it, please don't come for me. But I think you guys should not diss each other and just nurture the friendship. Try to repair it, and not diss each other, because the same thing is applied to both. Like, if fighter, if you're accusing Olivor of dissing you publicly while being friendly to you behind the scenes, you're doing the same by having this nasty attitude. So like I said, if you guys have a friendship, why not try to mend it behind the scenes?
Because, like I said before, she's emotionally not intelligent. She reminds me of a
You're
toddler.
insulting me,
Don't you see that's what I said.
and
It's more like,
I'm supposed to hold my tongue and not respond to you. You're
Yeah, be a,
insulting me. Then
be
you
a
get
lady.
comment.
Be a lady.
What?
but she's being a lady. She hasn't cursed you out. She hasn't used any terms right now. I asked her to be respectful. She has been very respectful. I think both of you have been in this, at least in my stream. So why you guys, that's a question that I want to ask both of you, and I'll give you time to answer. What I said is, like, why you guys don't try to fix that friendship, and instead of doing that, I think a good friendship can come out of it. You're both Dominican American.
I don't know
It
if
could
she is.
be it could
You see
be
what
it
I'm
could
saying? Like,
be
can you not just insult me for like 3 seconds? That would be so good. Maybe you can learn something, please.
I'm having fun right now because she's so difficult to deal with that
We're
it's
not
so
married. You're acting like we're a married couple.
but I mean, to be in all fairness, right, all aboard, you guys have been having fights like I will have with my fiance online. But
She starts it though.
but you think she start okay, that's why I asked at the beginning. Why you think what she did that she started this, in
Um,
your opinion?
I remember one time, just I don't. Oh, it was on I think Bro Tep's channel. We were like discussing something, or it could have been Xtina's channel,
I've never
and
been on Xtina's
oh,
channel,
oh,
so
oh,
that's
all right, okay, so
Okay,
it was Bro
but
Tep.
let him finish.
All right, it was Bro Tep's channel. And then she was like, oh, like because I wasn't, I was saying things that she doesn't agree with because she listens to certain type of rhetorics. So then she didn't like how I think or how I say things, and she's like, "Oh, you're racist," and this and that, like so. And then she just started going off and getting. She sounded like a little brat, and I'm like, "Yo, what is up with this lady? What is up with this lady?"
So that's basically what irritated you.
Um, well, it was didn't irritate me. I'm like, wow, this person is like very difficult to deal with.
So why did you ask for my number? And why did you? Okay, why did you
No,
ask for
no,
my number?
because I knew I could get it.
No, you didn't know you can get it because you
No,
put your number in the public chat. So, but why
hey,
did you ask?
well, I got the number.
So why
So
did you send me
usually
pictures of your penis
no,
unsolicited?
no, all of what is that. Let's keep that private.
No, I'm just
No,
why
yeah,
did you do that?
let's keep that private because look, the way I see it is this: if you guys don't like each other, I will support you no matter what. However, I think all aboard. No, I will support you no matter what because, like I said, we women also have to stick together, and I will always back you up and stuff. And also, fighter, I will always back you up on you not being disrespected. However, I think, to be honest with you, that will go against his morale as a man. I don't feel too comfortable with destroying a man's morale publicly. So that's
I
why I
don't
say
either. I don't have a problem
yeah,
with him.
let's just keep it private so that we don't put him like that.
No, but because he's coming for me, and it's like I have so much in my repertoire, and I had the clip is
But do
fully
it.
loaded, but I'm,
In
I'm
your
holding
repertoire?
back, and he's
Wait,
being
in your
rude.
repertoire? In your
Yeah,
repertoire?
you're coming for me, and I'm not coming for you, and you're still coming. It's like, why are you doing this? Because like I'm trying to treat you with respect, and you're being rude, and it's unnecessary.
Oh,
I
I'm
don't want to
sorry.
fight you, fighter.
I don't want to fight you,
I
Finn.
don't like you're so childish.
So you don't want to, okay, fight her. She said she doesn't want to fight you. What do you have to respond to that?
It's too late now. She unleashed the beast.
So you don't want to stop fighting publicly with her, even though low blows are being thrown and stuff like that. You don't think it's better to not throw those low blows and
I
just
love
keep
it.
it friendly?
I love it because my words can penetrate her brain. I just love it.
Your words can't penetrate anything, sweetie.
Oh yeah.
Trust me.
Oh
Okay,
yeah.
let's take a minute, a break. Let's let Melanated Night express
You know.
his.
You know. I have the equipment.
I
I
don't
don't know if that.
Let's
understand
let's keep it let's
why
keep it let's
this
keep it
is
respectful.
being done on this platform after the bull that we went through yesterday. I don't understand why we're having, again, childish situation up on a platform that's about information.
It is. It's just
I,
fighter
I,
jumped in.
nah. If that's
Hey,
how it's gonna be, if it's gonna be childish, why the hell even entertain it?
Well,
We've
I mean,
already
they're
had that.
talking.
We had that enough yesterday.
Well, he's talking respectfully, and she's being
Mm,
respectful to
I,
each other.
it, is it because it sounds like we're devolving into childish stuff like yesterday?
Not really. Yesterday a lot of low blows were thrown, in my opinion. Today we're trying to get to the bottom of the issue so that we can keep it friendly and keep it moving.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
I'll be respectful. I'm not gonna let things devolve. I'm done with
Morena
it.
is saying to you, Melanated Night, regulate, Melanated Night.
No, I have to because after yesterday, what I'm seeing is this stuff gets carried on to other people's channel, and then like people's channel who is going in a good way starts turning into the clown zone. So now we got people who enjoy listening to that crap who want to come over here and now devolve it.
Yeah, but
People
that's
who enjoy entertaining that crap want to come in and devolve it. So now at this point, like I don't, you know me, I don't
yeah.
troll, I don't do this stuff on YouTube anymore. I've grown up. I don't feel the need to do it. So me hearing it is irritating. I don't even entertain channels that do it anymore.
I
So it's
understand,
like I'm seeing like the same stuff from yesterday. It's no different.
but you know what? At the same time, like we have to try to, because of that, we have to try to, fix the situation so that everybody can thrive on our independent channels.
Well, it clearly
And
seems like it's not gonna get fixed if they're
it's
not,
getting
you
it's
know.
getting better. I think, okay, Fighter and all aboard. Do you guys think like this conversation is being productive?
I think that I'm fine. Like I don't have a problem with him. Just
Okay.
I don't have a problem with him. Like
But do you think this conversation is being productive? Do
yeah,
you
for
think
sure, because we wouldn't have spoken again. Um,
okay.
I don't have a problem with him. He like we can exist, we can coexist. It's fine.
And Fighter, do you think this conversation is being productive?
Um, hmm, productive.
Yeah, see, that's the fuckery that's going around. That's that immature fuckery going around.
That's not. She asked a question, so I gotta
Yeah, you should
see.
have been that. You should have been quick to answer, bro.
No, not because I gotta think about it.
No,
You
you
want me
don't
to?
have to think
You,
about nothing.
you want
You
me?
should have
You
been
want me to
quick
be?
to answer.
You want me to be politically correct, or you want me to just tell you something that you want to hear? Which one?
No, I think he was very direct, and me too. Like, do you think this conversation is leading
Yes or
to the
no?
fact to basically the end of this chapter of drama, or you think this conversation is just being more gibberish?
Oh no!
And
I think she's only doing this because it's on your channel, and she's trying to like be
I
respectful.
I can guarantee you, I won't even go to your channel again. So I'm not. The only time I would see you is if you see me. I don't even look for you. So I have your number. I don't text you. We're good. See,
Alrighty.
you're trolling. That's silly.
You did it to me all day yesterday, and the first time you saw me, and before that, like
Dude,
look,
nobody's
Blood Moon said, Fighter, that you need to take
say
this
that.
to your channel.
But,
but I
but
won't
this,
go to his channel. The only reason I would go to his channel if you give me the opportunity to speak about Vincent Simmons, the
yeah,
man that's locked up in prison, like he's innocent and he's in prison. He's been there for like 40 something years. If you give me the chance to speak about his case, then that's the only time I would talk to you.
I'm okay.
All right, well
Like
then leave me alone. You asked me for an interview. I'm willing to. That's the only
uh,
way. And otherwise you won't hear from
right,
me.
right,
You won't see.
breathe in and breathe out slowly. Breathe in and
Okay.
relax.
You won't see. You won't see me. Like I could just block you, and then I would never have to see you at all. You want to see me? Okay.
Oh,
Who cares?
Fighter, let's be more
Oh,
mature.
yo, but now it's a problem. I mean, she's been trolling me this whole time, and
and you
But
felt
we
bad
but
about
we
it, but it's
both
over. Okay, sorry.
hold on,
Sorry.
hold on, boy. But this is the thing. She just even say that she's sorry, and we're trying to put an end to it, because we can be talking about like how we are pro our people, but then we're tearing our people to shreds. In my opinion,
I mean, I'm not really with this whole pro people thing because she doesn't even know who Balaguer was. Like,
You
so
don't know what
but
I know, but I'm not gonna sit here and argue with you about that. I'm not gonna sit here and be in a debate about you. I'm not gonna prove my heritage with
yeah,
you.
she doesn't have to necessarily have a lot of knowledge. Like precisely yesterday on your stream, we were talking to Rick and Delphia, and he doesn't know Puerto Rican culture, but I respected that, at least he's repping the country.
But
Like I
I'm not. But
said,
I didn't go to school in Dominican Republic, and I'm not going. I'm not going to sit here and even lie and say that I know everything about DR. But if I wanted to even lie, I could have just Googled it. Like, you
yeah.
don't know what knowledge I have. I have a lot of knowledge about a lot of things, and
Yeah, and you can always learn, like God is saying. Even if she doesn't know, she can learn. Though, yeah, she has the heritage already. She just
right,
needs to
you're
to learn
that's a
certain
juvenile
things.
thing. That's a
Oh.
juvenile um question. Like,
Spell juvenile.
okay, now I have to spell English too. Like,
No.
are you
No,
serious?
no, seriously, that is, like I said, that's still immature a little bit, fighter. Like I said, let's not throw low blows. Let's just get to the bottom of the issue.
It's not immature. I'm just a comedian.
But you're not
Okay,
funny.
so
That's the
so
thing.
so
I'm supposed to
so
laugh.
so what was then the intention of jumping in, have a conversation with her?
Well, I was getting people were telling me, "Hey, fighter, come in, hop in," and she was
Yeah,
like,
I even told you to hop in. She told you to
"Yeah,
jump in.
yeah, this is entertaining. This is you
So you
know."
need
So you
entertainment.
so so you didn't had an intention to clear out the air?
Oh no, for what? This is YouTube.
Oh
Okay.
my goodness. Okay.
Well, in
Well,
that
fighter,
case,
I guess we
then
cleared everything up. I don't have a problem with you going forward. Um, I'm just gonna ignore you because I know that that will hurt you more than me talking to you. So this
Hurt?
is the last time we'll talk.
Oh my heart! Don't kill me! Don't kill me with your absence. Oh,
Thank you.
well, fighter, if that's the case, like I said, this channel is more for, like, trying to help our relations with Latin America, and business wise, I just provided like a few, like a tiny space for you guys to, if you
oh
guys
yeah,
wanted to
oh yeah, oh that's
address
cool. Yeah,
some
yeah,
differences, you could,
yeah,
as long
yeah.
as you both respect each other, because I don't like to provide spaces for fellow Latinos to get disrespected live.
Right, no,
So,
right. Yeah, oh
so
yeah.
like,
I'm not speaking out of turn. I'm not screaming. I'm not cursing.
yeah, 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 for
I'm
sure.
calm. I'm
So
calm.
yeah, so it's like I said, that I asked the same thing from Ola Board, and she complied. So like I said, it's something that I thought you were both in the same page
I
of
think that
wanting
there
to
is
explore
progress
more.
because I think that, maybe he's trolling right now, but at least you know that I have no ill will towards you. I don't have no problem with you. You don't have to think that you have no enemy on the internet. I'm not gonna report you. Nothing like that. We're good.
Okay, so she's good fighter. Okay.
Uh,
So from now on, she says she won't, get rowdy with you. So, don't get rowdy either. Let's just,
oh, alrighty.
let's just keep it moving from now on. Okay.
Okay, no problem. No problem. No
Right.
problem.
Okay. Now on the topic, I want to ask you: do you think cheating is a good business choice?
Business choice.
Yeah, business wise, like, if, let's say, for example, let's say you have like a couple of millions in the bank and you do business, or you're in corporate America, or
Uh-huh.
even if you don't, do you think men should be upfront about not believing in monogamy to women at the beginning, or you think that men should just do whatever they want and not be upfront about it? And do you think that's like an intelligent business choice, like it won't compromise your money eventually?
If you get married and everything.
Yeah.
Um, yeah. That's not. If you're gonna get married, maybe you shouldn't go with the intentions of cheating. No, it's not worth it.
It's not worth it. Yeah,
Yeah, it's not worth it.
that's. Do you think also, because that's another thing we touch on? Do you think that women should express their gratitude and appreciation for their men, even though after they marry, so that the men feels more appreciated when coming home? Or you think, because we were discussing how that can be one of the things that men stop feeling a certain type of way around the woman they marry, and that's why they go around looking for that same treatment somewhere else. Do you think that's like an influencing factor in men cheating?
All right, repeat that. Repeat. All right. Like, hey, can you, form the question a little better for me, please?
I'll say in arroz y habichuela. Do you think that a woman not being friendly with her man or appreciative of her
Hmm.
man at
Hmm.
home after
Hmm.
they marry, do you think that's a factor in why men cheat? Because they stop feeling appreciated by the woman they decided to marry.
Mm, I mean, that would be a poor excuse. I mean, for me, that's a poor excuse. Because if you don't like what's going on, then you let her know. You don't go cheat. That's
What if you communicated and I'm playing devil's advocate, right? But what if you communicated as a man, but it's still you don't see any change? Do you think it would be okay for him to go look for that somewhere else?
yeah. I mean, if we're gonna say the correct way, is just break up. That's the
So
correct
you
way.
don't condone cheating in a marriage,
I
basically.
mean, I mean, I mean, people do it, but they shouldn't. I mean, I don't think people should cheat, especially if that's your the rules that you set.
Okay.
But
So
yeah,
so
it's a waste of time.
let's say a man let's say you start a relationship, right, with a woman, and you tell her upfront, hey, I don't believe in monogamy. At some point I'm gonna exercise my options and have sex with another woman. Do you think men should be upfront about this?
Yeah, I mean that's not many women will accept that, but yeah, I mean that this I don't see why not. That's probably the best thing to keep it real from the jump.
Right, that's exactly what we were discussing here, like how many women. I think, on that, I'll disagree with you because I think there's more women that you would think that are willing to accept
Mm.
that being set up front because it won't cut them, you know, unguarded. I think
Yeah,
that's why women get
yeah, I mean you
emotional
could tell
about
them
it.
up front, but then they're not gonna want to be with you. So that's why people cheat
But
because
there's a
they
lot of women that I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go
that,
ahead,
that,
Honorable.
that's the whole point of cheating because you know that she's not gonna be cool with that, so you do it behind the back, or the woman does it behind the back because they know their partner is not gonna be down for that.
So you think men should not be then upfront with it?
Because in most times you can't have it both ways. You can't have it where you have a woman and you're like, okay, well, I'm gonna be, having sex with other women here and there. So, but you're still my main chick. So, okay, like most women are not gonna accept that.
But I
So,
don't a lot of women go through that, and we kind of do accept it. Some women do because the women
mm,
because especially women who have wealth, I mean men who have wealth, they do accept it because um you know that your partner is cheating. You know it. Like it would be if you love your partner, you're gonna know when something is off. You're just gonna know. Like, and if they're cheating on you and you decide to stay with them, isn't that kind of the same thing, but like on the back end?
I mean, she, that's unhealthy.
But does it happen? It happens.
Yeah,
Look,
yeah.
Sundown says you never know who you're cheating with. You can get or spread diseases. That is true. That is, I believe that. I mean, but that's mostly because if you think about it, we have not normalized the use of protection. We don't. A lot of people don't have protected sex, and the proof of that is that 80% of people, close to 80% of people, are born out of wedlock. Look, someone also said, imagine getting something you can get rid of. Yeah, yeah, like getting HIV or herpes or something like that. It
Well,
will be
then,
tough, and then you giving that to your wife.
and you can even give it to
Yep.
your children. I've seen people that have cheated on women that are pregnant. For example, a woman, sometimes, like, say a woman is on bed rest, and she's not supposed to have sex for her pregnancy. There's different things that can come up. Would you say that because she can't give the man sex, that he is allowed to be able to have sex with someone else? Or should the man wait until she's able to? or even the time period between giving birth, and
It,
there's
it,
like time then.
it all depends on what they feel. But I mean, the diseases isn't the reason why you should not cheat. It's because you shouldn't cheat because you're going against what you guys set in stone. So diseases isn't the reason you don't cheat. Because then the easy fixes are condoms, right?
That's
Yeah,
true.
So
but look at what Sundown is saying. To respond to Lord when he said, "Lord,
Guys don't like condoms.
that guys don't like condoms." Do you think you guys don't like condoms,
They
like as a
don't.
general thing?
women don't either, but
No, we don't. I don't think it really feels that much different with a condom or without. Let's be real. It doesn't,
women,
because you guys can feel it.
women told me different.
Well, I don't know. Well, I don't know. I'd have to ask Denise what she thinks, because for me it doesn't make a difference.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't make a difference, to be honest with you. I mean,
I think it's
certain,
the intimacy. You're being close to
yeah,
a person.
yeah,
That's the
yeah, for
thing.
sure.
But for
I
you
think
guys, maybe it's like you don't have as much sensation. We don't have that problem.
nowadays there's like a plethora of condoms that come textured and a lot of stuff so that you can feel,
But
so
it will
that
never be the same.
excuse that excuse it's like a little bit vague. There's even
Right.
glowing condoms, come on.
No,
Come
if
on.
you want to have, if you want to go raw, go raw. Like do what you
No,
want to
that's
do.
that's the thing. Most people when I don't know. With cheating, I think it's not just. I think it's the cheating starts for me. Cheating would be the texting, even like texting and getting into an emotional thing. That's cheating too. So it depends on what you consider cheating.
I
Well,
thought we
I
were talking
mean,
about sex.
Well, it can be sex as well. But I'm just talking about the topic. But I know that the condom is not really the issue, because you guys, just, I think you guys just like taking the condom off. You guys just like having sex raw. So I
I
don't
mean,
know.
I think women do too.
I don't know.
there's some women I've heard that they say, like, for example, look at Christina brought up that same argument. She said it's different. There's a lot of women that feel that it's different to
It's
them. So
connection, maybe. Is it connection, Christina?
Christina, is it you? Do you say it's different because of the connection or the intimacy? What is it? Um,
Is it the risk that you might get pregnant and get STDs? Is it like
look at what Blood Moon is
blood
saying.
moon
She's
doesn't
like,
feel much different?
I don't feel much difference. You just want to feel the liquid into you to make a baby. Oh, Blood
Oh my
Moon.
goodness.
No, but I agree with Blood Moon. I agree with Blood
I
Moon.
think so. I think it's like you want you want to the difference. I think maybe that, okay, something more can come from this. He wants to be with me in that sense, that he would make a baby with me. But I don't think it's like physically a difference.
No,
Like,
I think it's more like because as women we're more emotional.
yes,
So I would say, physically maybe no, but Christina said no. Oh no, I meant it like physically it feels different, but now that you bring up the intimacy factor, I guess that too. Yeah, it's look at what Smoothie said. She said the difference is a lower chance of catching something. Yeah, yeah, Smoothie. Kudos to you. Sundown says Blood Moon is ancient though. No, I know Blood Moon is a doña, but I mean, doñas have a lot of wisdom, though.
but wait,
So
um, so that she, I mean, she can give us more insight. Like,
yeah, yeah, we can learn from Blood Moon.
yeah,
Like, definitely, we can learn from her. But to be honest with you, going back to our subject, I think to conclude this, to start wrapping up, right? I think that you know cheating is not a good business choice. Okay, we've seen it with presidents, we've seen it with rappers, we've seen it
Bill
in
Gates.
our neighbor, and I've never seen like a good thing coming out of cheating. And like I said, there's two solutions for that. We will discuss prenups later on, but The first solution would be men need to start being more upfront about their lack of monogamy.
But then
You
also
know,
women, because it's not
yeah,
only men who cheat. Is it a good
no, for
position
sure.
for women? It's not, because then
Women cheat at only 3% less than men.
yes, women cheat, and then there's a big risk with cheating as a woman, because as a woman, when you cheat, then you have like, you don't know who the father of your children are at times. Like you can mess up things for your entire family as well. So it's not just
Yeah,
on the
yeah,
men for cheating.
yeah, yeah. Of course, it's both because you're degrading a man's moral. You're breaking the promise that you made. You know, your word has no meaning after that, and your image is destroyed. So yeah, I wouldn't advise women to like go out and like doing stuff like that either. Uh, Laura Hokage said there is no risk for a woman
What do you
cheating.
mean there's no risk? No,
Laura
there
Hokage, I
is.
will. Yeah. What do you think? What do you? Can you expand on that? Because the way I see it, when a woman cheats, you know, there's nothing more fragile than a woman's reputation. So when a woman cheat, it's her fault. When a man cheat, it's her fault. So, like I said, it's that's a double-edged sword. I don't think there's no risk for a woman cheating. You know,
Something that Lord Hawkins is going through something called
to
being
what?
bitch broke.
What's
What do you
that?
mean?
It's like being like when you're bitch broke. That's like you dealt with a woman who maybe left you or whatever, and it damaged you. Or you had like many negative encounters with women, and it's like now it's like you have, how can I say this gloomy view on women. So
Yeah,
yeah,
he's saying he's
I
basically
think he's bitch broke.
saying. I think he's saying a woman doesn't lose anything when they cheat. Yeah, they do. Look
I
at
They
think
what
do.
Goddess is
yeah,
telling you. I think people look down on women who cheat ever more. Yeah, to be honest with you, Lord, I disagree with you completely. When a woman cheats, she gets shunned from a lot of circles, starting with other women. You know, when a woman, if you want to look at a recent case, look at the Puerto Rican girl Natalia Rivera, just for the speculation that she was cheating with Bad Bunny. Look at all the shit. They started calling her cohete, hoe, all kinds of shit. And she did not even touch this man. So,
but
like I
not only
said,
the women can get killed from cheating as well. Like it can, there's a lot of risks from living like a dangerous life like that. There really are.
Yeah. Or
yeah,
Like
of course.
she could get pregnant.
she can get pregnant, yes. She doesn't, and then she doesn't know until the baby is born who the father is. That is some embarrassing shit right
And
there. I'm worried.
look at the what Blood Moon is saying. I know a man who constantly cheated, and when he found out his wife did as well, he killed her and himself. Yeah, that happens a
Yeah, that
lot.
happens.
Yeah, that happens a lot. We see it, all the time. He said, not anymore. That was how it was in a long time ago, but not anymore in America. I disagree. Like I said, I
That
disagree.
happens a lot.
Look at all the heat that Sweetie go. Is it Sweetie or Sweetie? I don't know
Saweetie,
her
She's
name.
sweet.
Sweetie.
the singer, the rapper.
Yeah, didn't a lot of people dragged her
Yes.
for that disrespectful shit she did to Quavo?
When
Yes.
she did the interview and she said the thing about the threesome,
Yes, it's like I said, like how do you sit down and drag your man like that? It's like I said, I'm not, I don't like
we don't
when,
know what he's done to her, but
at the same
retaliation never
time,
works.
yeah, at the same time, it's like I said, do not, I never saw Quavo dragging her
He didn't.
moral
No, but I saw him
publicly.
physically drag her in an elevator.
Well, yeah,
Uh, that,
but she punched him too. She
that,
punched him
No, but
too.
I'm just
how
saying, I
no
saw
no
that.
that look like a that looks like it looks like
That's
they get it. They're both young, so it look like they both get into like little fights like that all
Well,
the
I think she
time.
was trying to take something of his or something. But I'm not. I don't advocate that. So if I ever say it, I'm joking. And I shouldn't even joke like that. But we don't know what he did behind the scenes to cause her to say that publicly, because before she was very quiet
Or,
about
or,
their relationship.
or maybe she just ain't shit and she did it. Like
Maybe she's not shit.
yeah, we have to stop. giving women the benefit of the doubt all the time. You
I
know.
mean, by her lyrics, some of the lyrics that she said in her songs were were really degrading towards men.
Yeah, I think we have normalized that way too freaking much. You know, it's like I said,
Hmm.
we look at Quavo. Oh, he hit her, he hit her, he cheated on her because of what she said. But to me, to be honest with you, me being in a relationship, I will never, sit down and first with somebody I have been involved, like she was with, like her
Hmm.
ex was there,
Yes.
and then talk about that stuff and drag my man like that
I think
publicly.
that
Like,
she was ready for the relationship to end, and the best thing that they did is they broke up, and hopefully
yeah,
they don't get back together and they can move on with their lives, meet someone they're compatible with, and that'll be good because that was going down a downward path. And what I also don't like, I don't want black men in jail. I don't
yeah, me
want
neither. Me neither.
Latino men in jail,
Me
right?
neither.
I don't want black women killed. I don't want Latino. I don't want any woman killed.
Yeah.
But I think we're normalizing these interactions that are violent,
What about white men?
white men can die every day of the week. But I'm sorry. But I want to normalize everyone being healthy and happy and like successful.
I see 20 people here. Please hit that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell for notifications. Um, so yeah, I mean,
Oh yeah, let
I
me hit that
don't.
like button. I'm gonna go hit that like
Cash
button.
app. Send her a cash app.
Blood Moon says that any delinquent or criminal should go to prison. Yeah, the low lives, Blood Moon, should be in prison.
Yes.
Now, to be honest with you, our prison, our judicial system, or the Department of Corrections is so broken, though.
Yes.
It has been proven to not be effective. Like, I have yet to see a truly reformed
Rehabilitated.
ex-convict. Yeah, they're not rehabilitated because what we're doing is having like a very punitive system that puts them behind bars, deprive them of their freedom, degrades their morale by
And
giving
causes them
them
to be,
crappy food and doing like crazy stuff to them.
they
And
can be
then
raped in prison. I
not
think that's like horrible. The fact
not
that you
only not only that, when you release them, into society, they have a record. And I'm like, okay, if we're putting them behind bars for the crimes they committed, okay, fine, I agree with
do your
that, they should.
time.
But once they did their time, why the hell do they have to have that mistake pursue them for life, and it will not let them have access to decent jobs so that they can actually function in society? Because that's the thing. It's like, why we even have these things in place and then expect them to come out and not go back to the life they had before, when we're not really trying to help them out, and we're trying to hang up on their heads, hey, you did this mistake 17 years ago. I don't care that the only job you can get now is a dishwasher. you know just try to make it with that. So like I said, it's to me, I probably it's just me, but I think the system needs a reform.
I
um
think wait 1 second. I know that you have to let the other person that just joined speak. I wanted to say that it's a setup, and the reason is because America is depending on people being in prison because it's a form of slavery, and
yeah,
they need the labor. They need those jobs. You think if they close prisons, if they actually reform people, there wouldn't be jobs for so many thousands of people, right? There's whole
yeah,
cities that function based off of a prison being in their little random town. So they're not
yeah,
going to stop it. They want them in prison.
yeah, because it look, the prison and the prison labor that they make these convicts do, the inmates, makes America 454 billion dollars
Exactly.
annually. Every year, that's what they contribute. And what they get as an exchange, well, they have a wage that ranges from 11 cents per hour to 39 cents per hour. And there's a lot of things that inmates do, like our license plates are made by them. There's a lot of things that they do that people think that prisoners are just there being low lives and killing each other in prison and selling drugs. No, these people are actually working.
And to
You've
And a
been
lot,
be
hearing,
able to get that
and
job
even
is
though they
a
give them,
privilege. It's a privilege
even
to be able to work. That's like that means
yeah,
that.
it is.
Mhm.
In
Oh, hold
there,
on.
it is a
You're an inmate.
privilege
You're an inmate fighter.
let her
because
no, but
no,
let him talk. Go
no,
ahead.
in there it was a privilege for them because then you could only work out and watch TV and play cards and chess and read books, so much, right?
Yeah,
So then a lot of them they like to work that way. It makes their sentence go quicker.
yeah,
Like when you work a full week,
yeah,
like your week just flies by,
yeah.
when you working busy. So
Mhm.
that's why a lot of inmates like the work, even though it's like bullshit, BS money, but
Yeah.
it's more about the time seems to go by quicker.
Yeah, and that's productive. But like, look, for example, here in California, um, they're doing this program with the firefighters that
I was
last
going to talk
year,
about that. Yeah.
yeah, last year the reason why California
Yeah, I know you're
had
talking about.
like
Yeah, I know you're talking.
such like big fires is because the inmates that usually help during fire season here were not able to leave the prison because of C-19. And what these men do is that they risk their lives for $2 an hour.
And then when they get out
So
of prison, they're not even. They were not. They're trying to make a change where they can
yeah,
actually use that knowledge
that
to be able to be in
experience
the
is like I said,
workforce.
let's give them an experience, a job experience based on the job they did, and try to accommodate them in the fire department. Why we don't if we're really up for rehabilitating people, why we don't give them a job in what they work in and count what they did in prison as a work experience. Now I'm gonna let Real Deal talk. Hi, Real Deal. How are you?
Everything's good. Everything's good. When it comes to prison, you have Viacom that owns most of the prison stocks, and Viacom is TV. Um, People always talk about how there was a secret meeting in hip hop in the early '90s per se. So it's never going to change. America and Australia is actually the godfathers of the penal state. So this is a penal system. Uh, I think prison stocks is going to be literally the highest with the current administration is now. Plus, you don't have a lot of people that wants reform, any type of deep reform where we do be able to provide a more integrated workforce training and apprenticeships and stuff like that. Now, construction companies and trucking companies are like the two biggest industries that will uh, work with people that have been in prison. So, but the situation that happened in California when it comes to the firefighters, yes, they'll utilize every cheap labor. Walmart and McDonald's utilize cheap prison labor when it comes to making the materials and also employee shirts. So, um,
Yeah, it's I don't know if you guys have listened to Kamala Harris when they were talking about releasing the people that
yes,
were.
Sundown, you can buy prison shares. Civic Core is one of the biggest prison stock companies that are publicly traded. So yes, you can. Sorry about that.
No, no, don't worry about it. But do you remember when Kamala Harris said that even though marijuana has been legal since 1996 in California, that no, we can't release the prisoners because they have so much work to do. I was like, really? This is what we're keeping them for something that is not even considered a crime right now? Like, what the hell? Um,
Slavery.
Now, Morena says prison big business, lots of investors that wants to keep things the way they are. Yeah, yeah, for sure. Because it's a very good business to should pay for your labor.
And we
Someone is
can use
asking
the
you
experience.
real deal. Someone is asking you how to spell, like how do you
Civic
invest
Core.
to spell it. You
If
said to
you
spell it for him.
Oh, come on, man. It's civic core. I am not spelling that, but only how you can be able to invest in these companies with good position have to be like TD Ameritrade, Charles Schwab, Robin Hood. I don't like Robin Hood, so I don't know. But when it comes to prison stocks and prison companies, it's just gonna get bigger. People, prison reform ain't something that's in discussion now.
Yeah.
So
It's
at least
and
It,
part
that's the
two
it,
of
issue.
prison reform.
I don't
it came
see.
in a decline. It came in a I'm sorry, I will abort. It came in a decline with our past president Trump was trying to free up a lot of people, but I
My
think he
uncle got
freed,
freed.
yeah, he
My uncle
freed
got freed.
57,000 prisoners, I believe,
And
and but now it's going back up. Now it's
well,
going back up.
listen, that's interesting because that's why I I'm not like I don't I used to be anyway, it doesn't matter. But the Republicans have the image of being really tough on crime, but it's really been Democrats that have locked up millions of people, right? And that are invested in these industries of imprisoning people indefinitely.
Yeah, yeah. And look at what Rizal Realm said. He said Kamala basically supported slavery in the prison system. Yeah, she's a cop. You know, you
Well,
guys,
w-
I don't. I'm
well,
very skeptical about Kamala.
well.
You
When it
know.
comes to studying the crime bill, they had 5, 10, 20 laws.
Yes.
Um, 5, 10, 20 laws.
Are you in Florida?
Pretty. For each bullet can be for 15 years easily. You had situations where even though crime has slightly went down, actually went down compared to the 80s in 1994 and 1995, they still made police presence increased. And since then, it had to be one of the most heavily contested times where citizens will reoccurringly see the police.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
Are
It's
so
you
it's a
crazy.
very heavy-handed approach.
Yeah, and okay, real deal. I want to ask you something since we're talking
Mm.
about this. Is it true that the Clintons own certain prisons and that's what they endorsed the 1994 crime bill?
Well, uh, I'm just gonna say, wink, wink. Do your own research when it comes to that. I ain't telling you right. I ain't saying you wrong. We do have these airwaves, and I do want to be able to see my family. But uh, when it comes to all this, you wouldn't be wrong because Viacom is liberal media,
Yeah, yeah,
and liberal media is pretty much only thing they really would endorse it. Plus, the movies in the '90s pretty much says it all. Boys in the Hood, Minister Society.
yeah,
You know, the names of the movies, and even though there were good films that actually portrayed real street life, that stuff got glorified where you had bastard children that wanted to do the same stuff. So, uh, it's pretty much a cause and effect. They caused the problem, and the effect is heavy-handed laws being placed. And also in New York, y'all had to deal with Giuliani, Bloomberg's stop and frisk.
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
I have, I
That
have
was
two
that
brothers.
disproportionately that affected our communities like
Two of my brothers
massively.
are police officers, and they believe in NYPD, and they believe in they believe in the stop and frisk. They call it open windows policy or something like that. They
Hmm.
believe
Open
in
window policy.
open windows, yeah. But um, the truth of the matter is that police are not being killed at more police die from car crashes, right? So there's like an entire narrative to just um entrap people, really, to
Yeah,
entrap people because they need to fuel this system that they created of Denise was saying, creating the tags, right? That
yeah,
and also there's it's not just that there's so many um industries that outsource prison labor.
yeah, for sure, because it's cheap in America. You don't have to. They don't have the rights that we have in free society.
Right, the
And
13th
it's like I
Amendment.
said, exactly. So it's like I said, at the end of the day, yeah, I mean, I believe everybody should pay for the crime they commit because that's a debt that you're creating in society. However, I feel that after you are done with your sentence and you have, complied with everything that the society demands from you to pay for your crime, that should not be put on your record permanently. At least keep it in the police records so that they can know who they're dealing with if you commit another crime. But employers, living situations should not be using this as a
Mm-mm.
way to deny you of a decent job or a decent space for you to live. There's a way where, what's the actual avenue that we're providing ex-cons to actually make a life,
Well, I can say
after this.
I can say that there's actually a thing. Most states have them where you can get your record expunged once a year. There's like usually a workshop in each state. So if you have a record, it is possible to get it clean, like wiped clean, right? Even if you have to write the governor or you of your state, there's a way to get your and as long as it's not violent. Violent crimes are more difficult, but there are ways that you can get these things removed from your record.
Yeah,
So
I
yeah.
see
There's
Rakim.
even people that they've removed even murder charges. You know,
you can
like
get it removed.
yeah. Like the police would still know, but at least when you go to an employer, when you get a background check, you're good. But I mean, but the thing is, though, the thing about that is, if if you went down for like a murder or you were tied to a murder, if they Google your name, articles are gonna pop up. So
Yeah,
That's the
it's
social
it's,
credit
it's
score
really.
thing. That's
Public.
like a
So
social credit
you can
score.
get those things removed as well. You can get things like that removed. You can because how do you think that these criminals get like rich criminals? Their whole thing is wiped off of the internet. So
I
it's
mean, but
possible.
not even, because look at Jeffrey Epstein, like that. I disagree with you on that,
Well, I'm
Olimon.
saying that's but he's very famous, but he got away with it for a long time.
Oh yeah, but once you're convicted and you're serving your sentence, that doesn't go away that easy.
No, not
You're really
easy. I
gonna
said
pay
if you
for
have
it.
money. If you have
Yeah, yeah,
money, but the difference is his case, like he affected so many people and so many people were involved in it. So it didn't go away. But the first time he was the first time it went away. That's why nobody knew about him being a predator except for the people that were in his circle.
yeah.
Because yeah, so
He literally, that's like the worst expression of Homo sapiens. Like legit, that's how I see him. I see him more like as a species than a human being,
I'm
like a
That
surprised
is
he
different
funny. I
species.
hope I say.
Yeah, he's like a low grade Homo
we don't
sapien.
even know like the extent of it, and he was a coward. He took his life apparently before anyone can even
Yeah,
um
Uh,
yeah.
get to the bottom of what he actually
Now,
did.
now
Coward.
I see that Rakim is here. Rakim, welcome to my live show. How you doing?
I've been doing pretty well. How you doing today, Denise?
Good, good.
I had to stop by, see that you created a live show now, and I definitely wanted to stop by.
I appreciate you stopping by. On the topic, what's your opinion on? Do you think cheating is a good business choice?
Uh no, I don't think it's a good business choice at all. You say cheating like adultery, right?
Yeah,
No, I don't think that's a good business choice at all. Due to the fact that if you're dealing with people, especially if you're a person of means and you're high status person, you cheating can be
my
used
man was about to say
as
hi, back.
blackmail. Oh yeah.
My man was
Well,
about to say hi,
oh.
back. He had to watch himself.
Been watching a lot of Kevin Samuels, huh, man?
I
Damn.
think we're all hooked on Kevin.
But yeah,
Damn.
because a lot of the times when people that put themselves in positions, put themselves in that situation where they're cheating, it can be used for blackmail. You know what you're doing depends on who you're having extramarital affairs with. Of course, if you're having extramarital affairs and it get exposed and your wife want a divorce, the court system is going to drag you through the ringer.
Yeah,
And depending on your name, and if you have a good name and your name is exposed for having extramarital affairs is going to stain, it's going to stain your background, especially when it comes to doing business. So,
Yeah, it's the
Hmm.
perception that you will have for the public that are your consumers.
right,
So it's like I said, like once they see that, they won't support you on your business ventures. So it will be detrimental to you business wise.
right. It's very detrimental, very detrimental. And, but we've seen examples of that time and time again of people, putting themselves in that position, and then, it just all goes downhill from there.
Yeah, it's like I said, like look at the example that I gave, Dr. Dre, like
Oh my
his
God, yeah,
wife. Yeah,
yeah.
that's another subject that I will touch in the future, which is prenups and how to properly have a prenup. I don't want to
Well, I can
expand
tell you
too
that
much
in
right
five
now,
minutes.
but not now.
I
Save
can
it
tell
from
you
a
that in
future
5 minutes.
stream. Save it from a future stream. I
You need to
will.
start answering my emails, man. My clients didn't manage to get 50% the past 2 days in the stock market. Where you been AWL?
Yeah, I've been a little MIA from my email and certain other things, but this week is gonna be a little hectic too. But next week I'll be back up, um,
Hey, at
to
least
be
do me
able
a
to
favor.
address it.
At least research the GGII. This literally was under a penny. Now it's 10 cents. People at
Okay,
least 15, 20x their money. At least research that in GVSI. And this is not financial advice. I am just a person that owns financial stocks. This is not financial advice once again.
Well, I'm definitely going to look into that because I just seen Ethereum shoot up from literally 1,400 within last month to 4,000 today. So,
Oh man, SafeCoin has literally went up 10,000%. SafeCoin, I told people about Cardano on my channel in December. It literally was 30 cents to now $1.50, range around $1.50, $1.75. So
mhm.
yeah,
I don't know, man. People need to figure it out.
we have to do like a whole stream based on stock.
Yeah,
So
that'd be
that
great.
yeah, for sure. Next week, I think I'm gonna talk about stocks, so that I will appreciate if you guys come in. I'm gonna reach out to you real deal so that you
At
can
least
come
the
up.
economy. I think people
Yeah,
need to
yeah,
look at the economy so they can get a better grasp in the sentiment of the market, the stock market. Because like right now, like people are literally just staying at home, itchy bone kicking and collecting unemployment. People
yeah,
ain't going to work, and it's making the economy in a lock because we were supposed to get 1 million jobs created and only 266,000. So I don't
yeah,
know.
Yeah.
People need to be prepared because if people lose their jobs and everything because of taxes being raised, then people should have paid attention and figured out like, damn, this was the
Hmm.
time to see the window closing
Right.
in
yeah.
order at least to get their credit correctly. At least they credit business grant something, a PPP something.
Yeah, it's the same thing where like when it was advised for us to invest in Tesla, and many of us sleep on that.
It was
And
$56.
yeah,
Went up $900 a share. Then you got politicians like Kamala Harris got a call option on Tesla to be at $900. So you know what that means? They're going to put government money into that stock to make sure that their investment is secured.
yeah, for sure, for sure. Real
Yeah, yeah.
deal. Casual Germ is asking you to drop your channel on the chat so
Matter
that
of
they
fact,
can
you're gonna
have
have
it.
to contact me by my email, and I have my email in the private chat. I don't have a wrench, so I can't even be able to copy and paste. But my channel is at Real Deal Financial. Right now, I'm just taking private consultations. And when you book a consultation with me, you'll have a free call, a free list. And whenever you're ready, you can be able to at least get something in e-commerce because really, e-commerce and stocks has been something that has at least made the people on my channel get some type of gains. One of my clients that's on the YouTube channel and also got us in training. I think she subscribed and follows the stocks as well. But she managed to turn $95 into her first $1,000 week in the stock market, and that's off of green energy plays, government funding, good news. Tesla's buying up lithium batteries, graphite. So when this Build Back Better plan materializes, we're gonna see who's really resilient, whose job has the best job security. But I'm done.
I pin your information at the top if somebody wants to reach out to And Ola boy also type it out. If you wanna book a stock market consultation with Real Deal, that's the information at creditbuilder475 at gmail.com. And he will provide you with a free stock list and e-commerce tips as well. So take advantage of that now that we have time, people.
Matter of
Now
fact,
I'm gonna start.
I'll send you guys three lists just because Denise sent y'all. Denise, I sent you
Yeah.
two people that's in need for grants.
Okay. Okay. I will address that later this week, probably around Friday, because like I said,
Okay.
this week has been a little crazy for me. This last 3 weeks, by the way, has been crazy for me. But um, I will send you an email so that we can get the conversation talking, and we can then share this with people next week.
Okay.
So yeah, definitely, I will hit you up. Trust me on that, because I want to get more knowledge in this, and which companies right now I had to invest in. I'm always
Okay.
in the lookout for that.
So airlines and cruise lines. So Norwegian Cruise Lines is going to be big, and it's going to raise higher pre-pandemic levels when it comes to prices. And casual germ, I would say look at hard money lending. If you have liquid cash and you can be able to build up your credit, you can be able to leverage um, funding where it's 10% down, and you can be able to get funding up to $2 million on an asset with 6% interest with 2% points. So that means if you can be able to get something that can be a fix and flip situation, that, or if you need to do wholesale real estate, do transactional funding, meaning that's flash cash. You can be able to assign the contract to a cash buyer developer because development is going to be running. People are going to get gentrified, sad to say it, but in order to be able to benefit off of it, you got to help send those developers, fix and flippers, those deals, because development is coming. Because we still got opportunity zones, and they're going to use that as a vessel to take advantage of the 10-year tax cuts, um, so they can be able to develop a lot of the areas. So every downtown is pretty much going to get developed. Downtown Newark is going to get overdeveloped. Um, Charlotte is already being developed. So, but my email is in the chat.
Yeah, I pin it at the top so that people can have access to it. So like I said, he also put it in the chat again, creditbuilder475 at gmail.com. That's his email. Reach out to Real Deal. Like, he has literally the hot list for us to invest. So make sure you also follow him. Now, I want to end this. We
Okay.
extended. I usually do like a 3 hour stream. I did like an extra hour. We had a middle incident that we needed to address with
It's
Oliver
worked out.
Fighter.
It's all worked out. Don't worry.
It's all worked out
It's all
so
worked out,
far.
right, Fighter? We're good?
Yeah, yeah. Daddy put her in check.
Oh my god. so so without further ado, if you guys want to share your Instagram, your channel, this is the time. And
Can I ask
final thoughts.
one question? One question.
Go ahead.
Sundown, based off the topic, is based off the original topic. You're in the military. When you cheat in the military, you can actually be demoted or honorably discharged. What do you think on it? I would like to know. You can just leave the comment, and I'll see you later.
Wait. You're asking,
I'm
or
asking, what does he think about the topic? Because he's in the military, and they have real consequences.
oh, for real? I didn't know that.
I think it is because I
Me
see
neither.
his picture.
Oh, I did
He
not
said
know
he
that.
said he said yes.
Oh, wow, I didn't know that.
He literally said yes.
I
Wow,
did.
I did
I,
not know that
I
either.
didn't know that.
Yeah, they will
Wow.
actually. They can kick you out of the military if you cheat. I believe. Like,
Oh,
so that, I guess that's a real consequence. So okay, thank you.
wow, I never
Wow.
heard of that. Wow.
Well, now you guys know, when you get with a military man, loyalty is expected.
Yeah.
America will guarantee it.
Okay.
America's on your
Mm.
side,
There you
America's
go.
on
So
your
I need
side.
to. So military men then. Okay, I get it.
Yeah, yeah. Now I understand military wise. I have more
But they
respect
but
for
they
it.
all cheat. There's so much cheating that goes on in there, but you can't. Adultery is serious. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. He said adultery is serious, so I take it from someone because he knows what he's talking about. I don't know the military like that. He's more knowledgeable on that. Now look at Goddess. He's like Uncle Sam wants you to be loyal. Yeah, Uncle Sam will hold you to a higher standard, man.
Okay. So I guess that's the
Now,
answer.
yeah,
It has
that was
consequences.
yeah, that was a great point you brought up, Oliver. I commend you for that.
Thank you.
Now, real deal. Do you have any final thoughts on today's topic?
No, respect everybody in the chat. Respect everybody on the panel. Denise, it was a pleasure. Fighter, respect to you. And
All
I
aboard.
am who?
No, all
All,
aboard. I thought you
all
were.
aboard.
Oh, all aboard as well. Respect everybody. Let's get to this money. I'm out of here.
All
Yeah,
right.
no
Peace.
problem. Fighter, any final thoughts on today's topic? What do you
Um.
think?
Um. Well, you know, like I said before, one of my lives. Um. People are gonna cheat and do this and do that, but like, it's not the best decision, right? But I feel like for men, I feel like a lot of times men gotta fuck up to learn their lesson. A lot of times, some men they gotta keep fucking up, but I feel like if you really got a woman and you got to remember there's not going to be a lot of people that are going to really be down for you or down with you. So if you know you got a real partner, you know maybe you shouldn't cheat because you're not going to get a lot of those in your lifetime. So it's better not to cheat because then there are consequences for it, and then you're gonna feel, you're gonna repent, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And as far as the altercation with this young gal, uh all aboard, you
Oh
know, I think Daddy put her in a place, and we're good right now. We're on good terms.
I'm I'm
I'm happy that we're good. So I
I'm
would
glad to
close with
hear that.
saying, if you're in a relationship, it's probably not a good idea to cheat, and just find someone that's like-minded, and then you won't have to find someone who's like-minded,
Yeah.
and you can have all the sex you want, like if that's what you want to do.
Well, and to address the altercation, you're in agreement with Fighter. You guys are good.
I mean, I guess Daddy put me in my place, so I guess that's whatever.
I'm glad that
Whatever.
we made it happen.
Okay,
And
thank you.
yeah, from now on it's gonna be just having fun, just us having fun.
Yes, we're just chilling. No
Yeah.
problem. He
So I
wins.
wanna I wanna thank everybody that joined the panel today to discuss this subject that we know it's controversial. Um, Sundown has been asking this, and I saw it earlier, but we were talking about something else.
Yeah.
And Sundown said to ask you, Fighter, why you let him get screamed at last night.
Sundown. You're a soldier, so you've been like you've gotten shot at with bullets, so I think you can handle a little screaming.
But maybe the screaming triggers him, so you don't know. You need to be respectful.
Yeah, I think Sundown is gonna be all right. Sundown used to sleep in like containers. In Africa, man. I think he'll be all right, man. I think he'll get over
He said even after he donated, you see,
it. Even after
he was rooting for you, and you're
come
laying
on,
down.
bro. Sundown.
You're,
If anyone
Just too
can take
sorry.
the screaming, Sundown, I think you can take it.
Just say
yeah,
Especially if you're
sorry.
not, dude. You usually get screamed at on the daily at the
But you're not his
in the
superior.
military.
You're not his superior. You're not his drill sergeant. So you need to let.
Man, I think Sundown will be all right.
Sundown, you
I
look
think
cute. Let me see what
he'll
your
be
picture
okay.
look like.
He said, look, he showed that he has his hand on his face. He's shaking his head. Well, like I said, I appreciate all of you guys joining in this Thursday. We're gonna go into a special stream that I'm doing with All Aboard. We have an issue to discuss that is very serious. She brought it to my attention. And to be honest with you, it's something that we should pay attention to. There's a man that, has been wrongly convicted. And, we're going to discuss that subject this Thursday, even though my channel is mostly about how we can make intelligent business choices and how we can help Latin America. Like I said at the beginning, we're standing in support with Colombia and
Yes.
their new tax not being imposed in them. So, like I said, I'm going Thursday to provide you guys with any developments like I did today with this story. Also, I'm going to provide you guys with any information regarding where we can donate, if we can volunteer or help them in any way, even though we're far away from Colombia. I will provide any information I find on the subject. And like I said, if you can donate, even if it's $1, even if it's whatever, let's help them out. Colombia needs our help, and we have to unite to help them out and help them make noise. So, like I said, I will provide all of that Thursday. So follow on that story, and if you can, even if you're on social media and you feel like you can't do anything or you're too broke, because we know C-19 has been hitting us hard in the pockets, try to put up the Colombian flag. Try to stand in support, even if it's in social media and that's the only thing you can do. Stand in solidarity with the Colombian people. They need all of our efforts right now. Okay, these people are literally getting killed for just protesting something that is inhumane. So, without further ado, like I said, I want to thank you guys. Follow me on Instagram or send me email. My Instagram is on the description. It's gonna be on the description below. Also, I'm putting it on the screen. So if you don't follow me on Instagram yet, follow me, and I will be posting more information about this. And yeah, that's it. Okay, you guys know how we do it here. Peace. We are out.
Good night.